my god! Have you seen that shit? Holy shit! What the hell?
Hey guys, good evening. Had some issues with the PC today. After a shutdown PC last night because of a Windows update. And I'm having this issue with the PC when it's having trouble starting after a shutdown. If it was a long shutdown like hours. So it's quite unstable for a bit and then all of a sudden starts working again. It's kind of bizarre. I was checking well, if the PC was stable for a stream. At least I managed to finish 2 more achievements. If you see the Save of Dark Elves have disappeared. Those were some of the finest achievements in Mortal Empires. It was the Tor Anlek landmark in Nagarite. I wasn't sure if this was doable on Mortal Empires, and 45 technologies with Dark Elves, which leaves, I believe, Phantasm of the Opera as the final achievement in the Mortal Empires. I tried this one and we built this place multiple times over the years. Doesn't work in Mortal Empires. I am pretty sure this one only works in Vortex. I think somebody even confirmed. You play Vortex off stream? No. I just clicked 30 times end turn in the Nagarite campaign. The Finnish campaign. Same I did with the Katep, 30 to 40 turns end turn. It was just enter, out result, enter, out result, and you get a rare achievement. One for crafting all the stuff in the mortuary mechanic. One was a tier 5 landmark, and one was 45 technologies. Control the Thrice Curse Peak, Wolf's Anvil, Titan Peak, and the Star Tower. This looks like a weird, because I'm pretty sure I had this with the Teclis in my domination campaign. How did I not trigger this achievement with Teclis? I had I think I had all of Ultron. This stream might have been bugged early on, because I had the domination victory with Teclis and Eye of the Vortex. Playing as a Skaven, occupy a raised temple city in the Hexatl in the Eye of the Vortex campaign. Yeah, that's Eye of the Vortex, Skaven, Hexatl. We might have done this with the Lord Skrolk, but it didn't trigger, because we did the Lord Skrolk campaign and I think we had most of Austria. I'm pretty sure we did all of this with these factions in Eye of the Vortex. Playing as Henry, occupy all regions of Nehekara within the Outer Vortex campaign. This is the only thing I didn't do. I didn't do this in Outer Vortex. Nope. We played Katep in Outer Vortex. I'm like 99% sure we did all of this, but for some reason we don't have the achievement. So this is the only achievement I haven't done in Outer Vortex. Cetra Nehekara. Playing as a Drowned, construct the Celestial Opera House in Lothern. I wish I kept the old save, this one would have been done already. But this is it, these are the remaining achievements in Warhammer 2. After nearly 7,000 hours. I wasn't focusing most of them, they were just unlocked naturally. But some of them you have to get out of your way to unlock them. I never planned to finish Warhammer 1 and Warhammer 2 achievements. I don't mind doing Steam achievements. Sometimes, you know, nice to busy yourself. Warhammer 1 had some bugged ones, I think, at a time. But I still wanted to complete as many as I could. Warhammer 1 required 2 more Norse campaigns. For some reason, they made 4 different achievements for Norse and Warhammer 1, requiring you to play 4 different Norse campaigns. Because of the how the campaign works. Warhammer 2, I wanted to also complete as much as possible, but some of them didn't trigger for some reason. While if I played Henry first, I guess I would have done that as well, because we had played the early access Katep in Vortex. While this one is the last achievement in Mortal Empires that we can do. It requires tier 5 building in Lothern, which is also a victory condition. While we are at the achievements, I already said in Warhammer 3, since it's the final version of the game, complete game, we're gonna be doing all the achievements. I'm gonna be keeping all the saves, and I'm gonna do every single achievement in the game, multiplayer ones as well. But yeah, let's go. Lost about 4 hours today, nice. Actually 5 hours, I was ready to stream 5 hours ago, fucking hell. I'm already kinda exhausted today, been messing out with the PC, and man, it's so stressful when the thing don't work. I don't know what the fuck is up with the Microsoft and Windows. Why does it force updates on the PC? Why does it force updates? It messed up my unstable PC again. Did you do the fight against Sea or someone that... yeah, of course. I did all the multiplayer achievements in Warhammer 2. Hopefully there's gonna be no more shutdowns on the PC for the next 3 months. I'm not playing a new PC until May, June latest. So even if I could buy one right now, I don't want to get it right now. I want to see this PC on the Warhammer 3, I may add. I want to see performance on Warhammer 3 with this hardware, because it's a pretty good hardware. There's some issue going on with stability. Some bizarre issue that you can't even find any solutions on the internet. This is the second bizarre issue I encountered with computers. One had to do something with apparently non-tested RAM. So it was incompatible RAM for some reason, but it still worked. The first most bizarre PC issue I had was basically it worked fine pretty much until one update on Windows 7, and every time the shutdown, PC would shut down. You know, fully dump all the, you know, from the previous run. The next startup, the PC would get blue screens a few seconds into the startup. So basically, you get to see the desktop. You have like a window of maybe 6 to 10 seconds before a crash or something RAM related. And there is no solution whatsoever to find what was wrong, hardware-wise or software-wise, because it was happening so fast. And one day I managed to shut down the PC before it crashed, and the next time I turned it on, it was stable. So that was the solution. After shutdown, turning on the PC, then turning it off, then turning it on again, and it was stable. But apparently 2 of the sticks were incompatible with the motherboard. They were not tested, some of the cheap RAM sticks. And it was running like this for years. I had like pretty much running turned on PC for 300 days in the year. Put a still in the fans, but you know, it was, you know, stable. That was probably the first bizarre issue I had with PCs. Now I have again second bizarre issue. After a shutdown, the PC randomly has a blue screens, and it seems to be related with either the screens, resolution, or the graphic card. But once it stabilizes, everything is fine until the next shutdown. So you can have some really bizarre issues with the PCs, and there are no solutions whatsoever than buying new stuff. There's some weird shit for sure. As a streamer, you have to have a stable PC. Solution for the last 10 months running the PC, this started happening in April last year, was to never turn off the PC. So as long as there's never a shutdown, this process doesn't reset again. It started happening with one of the updates from Windows 10. And it might have been related to these monitors as well. Thankfully, the cooling in the PC is top-notch, so it's probably even a more stable PC anyways, just 24/7 running. So as long as I don't shut down the PC, everything is fine. So I was having like, I don't know, 15 blue screens today. And then I was, you know, for the last few tries I was checking if it was stable. It was crashing consistently when I would turn Chrome on both screens. One Twitch, one YouTube. And then on one screen, and then I started watching Expanse, and then it started to be a little bit more stable. Then I checked the game for about 45 minutes while doing the achievement, and didn't crash anymore. So, stable again, hopefully no issues, and hopefully I don't need to shut down my PC for the next 3 months. Decent cooling for GPU? Why would you need a cooling for GPU? All the modern graphic cards have excellent cooling. You don't really need to run a graphic card under 6 degrees. They're made to work over that. While CPU, Noctua. I think Noctua has the best air cooler for the CPU. Don't bother what the OCD people say. The new GPUs run all over 70 degrees normally. CPUs as well. They can run like this for nearly a decade. The cooling process with the shutdown is the most damage that happens to hardware. $70 degrees is fine for GPU Archmagnets. As long as it doesn't go over 80 degrees, that's all fine temperatures. You have to worry if it goes over 80. 100% load on GPU, it's even fine on 80 degrees Celsius. Like the moment my GPU goes to 100%, it reaches 78 degrees Celsius and it stays there. That's a normal temperature for this graphic card. If it would reach another 80 degrees, if it had a bad case, then it would start to throttle and slow down. So for example, 1080 Ti, max temp is apparently apparently 91 Celsius. But still, you don't want to run hardware over 80 degrees for long, even if it reaches 80 degrees. For example, my CPU was running 80 degrees Celsius in the summer every day. But now it's back to like 66, 68. So Lostra Crescendo, 16 settlements plus 10k. I've been streaming from the same PC, so I know what hardware can take. I've been doing it for 6 years now. Next month, 6 years. My hardware runs hot, and you know, if in the first 4 years there was barely any issues, the issues started appearing after 3 years with the Windows update. Running 2 high-resolution monitors puts extra temperature in the graphic card as well. Turn 50, huh? It said turn 49, what the hell? 49 and we're turn 50. Interesting.
Beyond even Quraysh.
I think the only issues I had on this PC were created by the Windows 10. I think Windows 10 created more issues in the long term. The main issues that happened on this PC was Windows 10. You remember back in 2018, before they released that update that actually stabilized Windows 10? Windows 10 was really unstable in the long sessions for some reason. If you would run like a stable, you had a stable run, it would fine be, and then every now and then an update fucks up everything. We had one time that was messing up resolutions and causing crashes, some really bad crashes. I think it was spring 2018 when they finally got the shit together and fixed Windows 10. I don't know why is it turned 50 and says 49 here. Well, Windows 10 has been fine in the last 2 years. Every now and then there's an update that messes up things, but I'm thinking they're dealing with too much these days. Technology is getting ahead of software. Hardware is getting ahead of software, what I mean. So we are defensive allies with the Broken Axe, and we are at war with a bunch of factions here. Most notably the remaining High Elves and the Dark Elves. Malekith is the Clairvoyance.
Fall in, men!
In Southern Jungles of Holaxa, for some weird reason, this faction does not make a move. This feels scripted. This does not feel like a natural behavior. Has anybody played this campaign recently and gotten any aggressive behavior from these factions? This feels heavily scripted. There is no reason for a regular faction not to invade these places or keep this one as a ruin for this long. Something like this faction is pretty passive towards both Hexoatl and the Drowned. Top manager says they stood there forever after being invited for me. I'm kinda surprised that the Junks of Holaxa actually stayed up this long. This is the core of the early economy for this faction. They're waiting for me, yeah, that's what the behavior, what I'm getting here. They're waiting for an attack and not ones they're supposed to be attacking. This part of Lust is a little bit weird. This is a ruins, pretty passive part of the map as well. Then you have the Drowned. The Blue Vipers are aggressive though. And then these guys are passive again with Skeggy being aggressive. And you have the two ruins as well. They did attack Pahuax because we didn't have a good garrison. But I have a feeling if the garrison was tier 3, they would have never made a move on it. At that point. So this is the reason why I build up everything else first. It does look like the early game of Drowned was intended to be the northern Lastria. But screw that. Ultuan is way more rewarding. While you are taking the northern jungles, the Ultuan can develop way too much. And it feels like some of this faction can roll pretty badly against you as well, meaning they might not have a you know, big civil war. Instead, they'll get tier 3 armies before you make any dent on Ultuan. I feel like this faction should always invade Ultuan and cause a mess before turn 20. Otherwise, they might get to a harder point. I think it's worse RNG if you clear this area here. You cause some balance of power issues in the region. Because if you ignore this area here, which is its own kind of balance of power region, it stays more balanced, more even, which means less tension on the player. While Ultuan, you know, grows stronger every turn. So she has to own Ultuan in the early game for this faction to be the most effective. When you look at the objectives, the Ultuan is your primary target. This hints at the early game, but Hexotl is a pathetic faction, so Rush High Elves seems the best option. High Elves, when they hit tier 4, they can be intimidating, especially if they're no longer at Civil War. This campaign, I think there was only one faction at Civil War, and striking them early will destabilize them. We messed up Beltarion from clearing Grom, and we messed 3 other factions clearing the Scourge of Cain. Which means we have achieved our goal of destabilizing Ultuan in the early game. They have more Silencer loss? No. Silencer like a mid-game unit.
All bones on deck.
So what do we need right now? It's turn 50, so we're approaching the end of early games. Like, if you guys don't know what I consider early game, it's the first 70 turns. 70 turns is the Age of Discovery that marks the end of early game, in my opinion. While the start of the campaign is like, you know, debatable for the 23rd turns. I guess 30 turns makes more sense. If you played as many campaigns as I had, I would say it's 23rd turns is the very start of the campaign. The early game is usually the time of the campaign before the Age of Discovery, or before the factions get their tier 4. Because the first 3 tiers are, you know, considered, you know, early stuff. Tier 3 kind of like, if you look at 5 tiers, tier 1 and tier 2 are early, tier 3 and tier 4 are mid, and then tier 5 late game. With the growth changes, pretty much stuck with the first 3 tiers for the most of the fighting. So what are we gonna do with Strakton here? Yeah, once we switch, once you enter the mid game, we are gonna be getting more variety in the armies. Early game is all about handguns and the mortars.
I have sailed the world.
It's 2 reasons: those units are effective, and those units are cheap. Anything else, we will not be able to afford the second and third army. And we are at the point where we want to start leveling second and third army.
Join me.
Got a Smuggler's Cove here. And looks like now we are making extra 1123 income from the Pirate Coves. The Picaroon's hideout, which gives us some wrong information here. And there is the Smuggler's Cove.
The Phoenix King will pay. Behold.
Ooh, good that orcs are here on Ultuan.
My vengeance is.
There's actually been a couple of piles here. I see at least 2 piles here.
I need an audience.
How the hell is a Depth Guard polearm available but not a Siren unit? Something is off. We need to destroy Iveres, Kutik, and High Elves have lost the Ultuan at that point. We have already overwhelmed the Ultuan. The moment we control inner Ultuan with the gates, pretty much makes the Ultuan ours. Now it's just to finish off the red, and then the white. We decided to keep Grom around. It's probably for the worse. See if we can take Iveres and get some military going. As the pirates, we don't have luxury of friends. We might create one or two. I've noticed some discrepancies and issues with the Rise Dead of the Vampire Coast. It's been bugged since day one. And they fixed it numerous times, but it still it looks off.
You will listen. Shamble
You're not intimidated here.
Bring me my drought.
We're almost rank 14 Salostra, which means scrap soon. This one is going around. This one could be a good payout if it's gonna be convenient to attack.
Undead.
I need to get rid of Straklon. It's causing financial problems. But we can also keep him here and get some units to defend if these guys decide to attack.
The galleon awaits.
Okay, let's put me a little bit more of financial pressure here.
All bones on deck.
I cannot rewrite reality.
The sea
We can currently afford 2 armies, nearly 3.
all set. Orders.
Shiv is going from the right. How's the state of Kutik?
You may approach.
They have very little left.
Prince
Same
Elfsar.
for Iris. I'll try to give Grom Iris.
Let us raise.
Let's at this point we're just taking over Ulton and then maybe building up. It looks like we might get invaded by Malekith, but when we build the fleets, we'll be able to not only guard Ulton but attack other places.
Corsair of the night. Don't stop. What is your demand?
We are starting to get some money, so it's time to reduce upkeeps further. This faction economy early on is all about upkeep production. Occasional sec and better loot with a poor core. Think of it like this, you know, a shittier version of the Lysan economy on the core buildings and battles. While the sex, treasures, and optional pirate codes will, you know, create good economy in the long term.
Unlikely.
Marcano says, Damian Illich, I now have every received achievement in that vampire game. Well, it's a fun little game, Marcano. Just, you know, don't really take it seriously.
Captain.
I think they made the achievements quite easily. Quite easy.
Standing by.
I'm not gonna get all handguns, because the gunnery mobs actually have some uses. They fire whilst moving, and they can be used as cannon fodder. Well, these units are not really cannon fodder. Well, they're all tagged mid-shields. So this is the zombie pirate gunnery mob handguns. Literally have guns which do high damage. What does this mid-shield says here? While unimpressive at causing damage, this unit is useful as a mid-shield, absorbing damage that would otherwise hurt a more useful or pressure target. How is that a mid-shield with 7000 health? It's just looks like a very bad tag here. These are range squishy units, really weak. And not really mid-shields. Well, this one acts as a damage mid-shield. Well, they do damage and, you know, you throw them into the grinder. This is a mid-shield. 11,000 health nearly. I guess it's because the zombie pirate gunnery mob got nerfed in the unit size due to multiplayer. And they forgot to remove the mid-shield tug. Because at the moment they change the size of this unit, it's no longer a mid-shield. While in the early game, all the zombies, you know, are created equal except the handguns. You want handguns ranked up because they get quite good. Are they expendable? Apparently not. Not even the regular one is not expendable. It looks like this faction is missing expendable tag. The Vampire Coast was the first major update to the game where we noticed some serious half-assing and slacking and quality issues. That was the first time in the history of Warhammer 2 that it happened on this scale. That's when the half-assing started.
Corsair of the night.
Madam, I lost a dear son.
So we got a ship's carpenter, and this is gonna be now the time to upgrade the ships. First, the most important upgrades are the core buildings, and then the up to production buildings. I find upgrading this building kinda pointless. Tier 1 is good, but these two make no sense to me. Experience per turn is way too low. By the way, nearly double compared to training. And upgrading this building gives you a nice base growth, and the rest of the growth comes from the overpowered Fleet Engineer faction-wide buff, which they forgot to tone down when they were trying to balance the growth in this faction. Because the amount of growth you're going to be getting if you upgrade this, you won't be able to support it financially. This one, you know, will pace your upgrades and keep your money. This is probably one of the worst things to upgrade in this faction. The economy is tight early on with this faction, very tight. Especially when I get multiple armies to progress faster. This is not a swarm faction like the other undead, which I think it's a missed opportunity. I think this faction should have been able to swarm, same as the Vampire Counts and the Tomb Kings.
Yes, master.
A good understudy.
Arguably follows the guys for the first half-assing. Well, we at the time we were not really thinking about like that, because I think this was before the nerf to Death Magic again, and Arkan had a very cool ability. Very cool ability, which they removed. I don't even remember exactly what it was, but I think it was something with his weapon, and it made him strong. And they removed it for some reason. I'm probably multiplayer. And then you can definitely see that as a half-assed faction. But considering it's a Lich King and supposed to be more vampire than Tomb King, yeah, that's a very lazy faction. Yeah, you could have forgiven his chariot, you know, having not enough range, Anguish Cake. I know that firsthand. Tested his chariot early. Because he had that ability. But when they removed that ability, everything just got multiplied. All the issues. So this is basically how we do it. You queue buildings with one admiral, and then you transfer the ship's carpenter to another admiral. Ship's carpenter is not supposed to be on one lord. You're supposed to move it around, so you only pay half the price for these buildings. The only thing you want to pay full price here, past the first one. On the first one is basically this and tier 1 buildings of this kind, but on the new ones, basically just a heavy ballast and officer cabin. Every other single building you want to build at half the price. But we're going to go next level because we have a continent, the big island, almost, and we have literally no economy to build it. Our base economy does not provide any income for this level of development. So we need to go find treasures, sack cities, and do bells. And we need more than one army to do so. And we need money to even get a second and third army, so see the problem? Getting to that point is the trickiest part, I guess. This one is coming, and I expect there's gonna be an attack on Tordernil. Tordernil, there's going to be High Elf rebels here. I think the High Elves rebel there. We're still behind on mostly corruption here, but it's getting there. A few more turns, and there's actually everything is nicely corrupted now, except Everest, Krace, Tik, and Nagaret.
Admiral.
This is fine. Hero situation 3, 1, and 0.
Sing the songs
I'm
of
gonna get a Caro hold, so we unlock the Mortal Hunters hero and the Sirens recruitment. It's nice we can get the Sirens rank 4.
Is it time?
Public order is fine, we just gotta corrupt the land, then we get 2 public order, and as the corruption increases, it's all good. Does it look like we're gonna have to fight a lot of extra factions here. Having extra lords on the campaign map helps in various ways. First and foremost, the leveling them ahead of time. So you don't have to play the campaign for 3 days and then you decide to recruit a second army, third army, and they're rank 1. But it puts a strain on the treasury. The best way to be effective at Total War games, especially Warhammer, is to get armies going sooner rather than later. Even if it depletes your money or does not allow you to play above tier 3. That's the most effective way to play. I don't really play a lot like that with most factions. But some factions really benefit from this, like the Vampire Counts or the Greenskins, for example.
Shape. Shamble.
Serve for eternity. Fleet captain reporting. Voyage.
So we're still dealing with Ultan. It's still an early game, but it's almost done. We got walls everywhere.
I refuse.
This is not good. If these guys rebel, they're gonna get a full army again.
An archmage.
We'll turn off this, let them besiege the city, and then we'll clear them, and the settlement will stabilize for the next attack.
On deck.
Rebellions are perfectly normal when you're opposite corruption.
Moving. Dark elves.
We might get something
More like
here.
weary elves.
Second one.
They're not invulnerable. Time to go.
We just had to get close to the volcano. 4,150 infamy. Let's see if this is still bugged. This is still tagged in the next turn instead of telling an order. Just have to keep an eye on it, I guess. The game will get even warned that the hero hadn't moved. It's just going to show weird action next turn. I don't think we can play with building how it's available because we can't afford to upgrade most of this. We'll just be more active on the constructions. We need hundreds and hundreds of thousands of gold right now to build this up. And I'm talking about tier 3, I'm not even talking about anything higher. How does the shanty thing work in ME? As you increase infamy, you'll attract famous admirals to attack you. And when you beat them, you get their worse. Maybe I should have dropped the buildings in that place already. That's not gonna matter, it's just a little bit of money. Could have dismantled Thordernil. Could have gotten 1800. I need Grom to take over Iveres, so he gets a military presence and act as a buffer in the east. It might not pay out, but we'll try to do it. Just adds a little bit complication to the campaign progress.
The dead will fight.
Yeah, the rebels are gone. Miserly
Your
hordes.
reach grows yet further, great lord. Your endless victories are changing the very fates themselves. The world falls before your incredible power.
I don't think the old men expect us to have all ult on this much ult on this turn. Celostros, it's almost like the game skipped a turn. He was supposed to say that when we complete the other one. Might have been some bug with the save. Wonder if this caused the corrupted save in the future, because the whole turn is missed. You guys notice this? This was also the delay, and the one that we popped when we load the game. Something strange for sure. Maybe the progress happened so fast that it was retroactive and it got bugged in the middle. Celostro's voice reverberates across the open sea, carrying a power in her song that no mortal could. There are none who can withstand her song and live. All who hear it are paralyzed, leaving them vulnerable to her cutthroat crew. To perform for the Phoenix King was once Celostro's goal, but such petty aims no longer troubled the prima donna of Shaiish. In her ultimate grace, she has vowed to put on performances for all mortals, so they can join her ever-growing group of diehard fans. It's kinda crazy, we have taken most of ult 1 and not even have a single Morgul Hunter. Wow, 10,000 for this one? Hell yeah! The Rebel 6,000. These are the Legendary Admirals. And we're gonna get paid a lot for Chapter 5.
I smell a trap.
Attacking Ulton instead of attacking this place, which is quite weird. With 3 of this, we'll be able to get some money from the right.
Chosen of Hecate.
Give that weapon to me, Sarah. You don't need to use that. But hopefully the Greenseeds don't raise this place.
I need an audience.
Hey, Lich, I didn't get asked this very often, but why you stick with Warhammer 2? compared to what else that I could be doing.
Siren of the storms.
Thor Iver is tier 4. We second that place and giving it to Grom.
Sing.
So, Outer Resolve kills the wounded bloody corpse. This is very hard to actually get their health without blowing up. But if we do Lightning Strike, he survives. That is bizarre. Remember, guys, the eggheads have figured out that the Lightning Strike actually makes Outer Resolve worse. So that's the explanation. Meanwhile, huh? Huh? Yeah. If it goes below 20%, it blows up. 20% less. Activates when he gets into melee combat.
My greatest performance.
The fuck if I know how this works, but I'll take it. It's just one of the great mysteries that is the balance of power in Outer Resolve in this game. But it's convenient. Saves us some time instead of bullying them more. This means at the moment we start that battle, the blooded corpse will explode. The sword calls to you. The sword of Cain will always be drawn to the powerful. You have defeated its most recent owner, and even as their body cools, the sword calls to you. The power of a god bound within the blade waiting to be unleashed. If I rejected the Scourge of Cain faction gets it. I need it. I need it. Plus 450 AP damage, plus 25 attack, makes any lord in the game a fighter. 20% ward save, tanky. Magical attacks, got a vortex and unbreakable. This on the lobster will come just fine. Just fine.
Madams, I lost a dear friend.
Rotting Leviathan with the Sword of Cain. I would planned to get Rotting Leviathan on the last point. We really didn't need it before. We don't really need more than... this extra charge here helps. These three are kinda feel like a waste. Very large and dead, yet still exceedingly dangerous. Whoever sits astride this carnivorous crustacean must be extremely confident of their power. This is perfect. We get everything we want for the battle skills. We got the Black Flag, we got the Arcane Conduit, we got the Siren of the Storm, and we get Lucky Charm. Perfect. Of course, a few more points would have helped, but they're not really critical. All extra stuff. We get this extra physical resist. 5%, 10%. So it looks like her mount has 10% physical resistance for Lord. It's unique to the mount. So she retains some of the physical resistance. She loses missile resistance being ethereal, and then on the mount she loses physical resistance being mounted, but does not regain the missile resistance back, but instead has 10 flat physical resistance. That's even better than the natural 15% missile resist. It could be also that this mount has a spaghetti code and it actually receives buffs from Battle Skills Technologies, since it's such a unique mount. This is probably a better explanation. But it doesn't receive the defense though. So it must be a natural physical resistance. We don't have any other source of physical resist. So it gotta be a natural physical resist. Or a bug somewhere. You know, I know exactly what their design philosophy is. You know, give a shit ton of armor or something, or shit ton of health, but, you know, remove the other stuff that go with it. So it's strange that this thing would have 10 physical resist with such massive armor. Very strange. She's pretty good on her on foot, so you don't need to get loading out only much later because it costs money. It's pricey. It will save you probably 10,000 by not getting it now. And you don't need it, especially with this composition. But as one of the last points, Rotting Leviathan and with a Sword of Cain, that's Engine of Destruction. I don't have the ward save follower yet now. It's not a priority yet, but you can turn Celostra into one Madame army. I'm not giving you my... I think this thing explodes the moment we start a battle, right? So it's that anyways.
Witness my greatness.
It's 11k sec.
We take then go.
We are feeding Grom here. I want Grom to take Everest so he grows nice and fat and provides us with 3 to 4 armies.
Seen this one in my mirror.
I'm still feeling there's some skills missing here, like the Warlock Engineer and the Master Engineer.
Has potential.
The Vampire Captain actually gets pretty good with a high rank.
An audience.
Clearing Destiny Ultron, I'll give Grom Everest. We'll get a little bit out of our way for that. And the Malekith is probably going to attack in the north. It's not the same mount, Archmagans.
Misguided.
Silostra!
Not the same mount.
Dirfin!
Ready. Very good.
I mean, considering that the missile resistance disappear and most of the physical resistance disappear, if not all, it makes sense that something is retained. Otherwise, it would not be really unique. While Xeno still trying to be unique.
Futile.
We are taking Kotik for ourselves. We'll share Ultan with Grom unless it gets destroyed.
My life.
We'll keep Grom as the attack dog. Hopefully this faction works with the province. Torquorali looks like occupation is the best.
Unwise.
Due to a city being tier 4.
Is it time?
We should get rid of this so they don't add a bunch of units.
Wipe them.
They started to add tier 4 units. Well, it's strange, yeah. This is a low-end army of the Vampire Coast, but still very effective for the most of the early game. As long as something gets close. That's why we have the Blooded Corpses here, because we don't have heroes. There's been a once or twice in all my 7,000 hours of playing this game where I underestimated how fast the Swordmaster get to your line. And lost the battle because of that. But they're just gonna get shot to death here. This is a better firing line here. It's too much hills elsewhere. This is a nice gun line here. This is basically our front line, handguns. The pistols, they can be at the side and they can run into the enemy. If anything gets too close to big health, we send the Blooded Corpse to blow them up. At least 2 of our 5 planned armies are going to be switching from a range-heavy composition of the early game to a melee composition of the mid-game. It's unpredictable to plan for 2 provinces. It still only has 1 region, Looper. So if I try to give him 2, it has to be later once he has either has abandoned Kotik for him to take it. Because other factions will move in like Scourge of Cain and Bretonia to take it, because you can't just trade him or give him the region. You have to let him take it or abandon it for him to take it. Because the system does not exist in the game, it's unpredictable that he'll get it before anybody else. Because he doesn't have any Everest at this point. But he would do well if he gets 2 provinces. I think Everest alone will turn him into a minor power with 3 armies. And then it's worth it for him to exist. Even if he might drag us to some wars. We already get attacked by Malekith, and the whole world hates pirates. So allying Grom doesn't do anything bad for us. Minor complication possible. Ally on the Eastern Ulton that can have 3, 4, 5 armies. If the faction is not broken, it's beneficial. I think we should give Potion of Toughness to Ship Wizard.
Get going!
We should put a Vampire Fleet Captain in this army, preferably disciplined for the healing. This army favors melee with this lord, but we can't afford good melee right now. The zombies are too weak to do anything.
Don't stop!
They can shoot though, but in melee they just die.
Move, you dogs!
It's kind of interesting that this lord retains his anti-large on this mount.
At once! With haste! Get
This
going!
battlefield is a disaster for handguns. And those goes hills up and down, up and down. It's like one of the worst terrains for the guns, but it's excellent for the archers. We have a lord mounted on a crab, so the fireball is a little bit better angle.
Yes!
He does have the halberd, yeah.
Don't stop! Move, you dogs! With haste!
I'm not sure he uses the halberd though. Because some lords that get mounted on a
Don't stop!
use their mount as a weapon and no longer their own weapons. Good morning.
Move, you dogs!
Assign targets so nobody gets ahead with a higher health. They're trying to evade the mortar shots.
Blood to spill! A curse on you! From
They've been dodging the mortars quite nicely.
with haste!
Sending the cannon fodder. Shoot the sword monsters. Sending the bloated corpses. We're probably not gonna need it here though. They're getting flanked as well by the shooters. It looks like they're gonna rout.
Lead Admiral! Get going! Magic!
On the way.
Lead Admiral!
Those Shadow Wars are so fast. Give the Lord for the extra money. Tarion might replace him already as well.
Of course! Move, you dogs! See magic!
Definitely a little bit high ground being on the mount.
Haste!
Seems alive.
Get going!
At 45 speed, but I think they're gonna run faster. Not dead.
Move, you dogs!
Sword Masters, they're super deadly in melee, but sometimes you can deny them melee. It's a way too easy to deny melee to elite units in this game, especially the shock infantry and the most effective infantry killers as well. These guys have, by the way, deflect 20% missile fire from the front, and they still get deleted. And if they're gonna get deleted, they will blow them up with both corpus and magic.
Another victory!
Best we can hope for these guys without disruption, 3 volleys. That's enough to finish off units that have been shelled by the mortars.
Their value lies outside of the brig.
Disrupted the recruitment, so we don't care about the follow-up. We'll attack the city now.
Seen this one?
This one has quite nice movement, so even with the smuggler for extra.
Knows who the real star is.
Would like to see 40% on the Swordmasters. 20 doesn't really do anything. I feel like everybody needs 20 mistlers in this game, not just Swordmasters. But this upsets the balance of multiplayer, you know. Swordmaster probably the crap in multiplayer as is. There's no white lines, probably significantly cheaper, and they do just the job fine. This army is best suited for melee, since this Lord powerful buff. But right now we have not any of these units right now, no such units in the army. Since we do have a discount on the Sirens, I guess the Sirens are still the best option for Notorious Admiral.
Has potential.
For this Lord I like Sirens, deck droppers with handguns, and maybe some Rotting Prometheans. This is a little bit strange. But nobody finds this strange.
The sea brings death.
Under 5,000 health on a Rotting Promethean.
The seas are
What?
mine.
Madam, I lost her dear fan. Bromfels favors this one.
It's a strange health for that Lord.
All bones on deck.
It looks like the mount doesn't do much for some reason.
A good understudy.
So he has 4,068 health. And the Rotting Promethean, the best thing about this mount is toughness. Adds only 900 health. They gotta be bugged. They gotta be bugged. How did I not notice this before? No, this gotta be bugged. This mount is supposed to add way more health. It's not about armor. It's about how the mounts affect health pools. Heck, Manticore gets more health. $900 health from Rotting Promethean. Note that shit down if it is still in Warhammer 3. That smells like a bug. This guy will be doing some fighting, so hunger is good. Kind of hated that Vampire Lords have to skill hunger. It makes no sense. It's not about it isn't a strong unit. You guys missing the point. You don't understand how the mounts work in this game. How the mounts work in Total War. Character has their own health pool, and the mount adds another health pool. That's why the mounts are good. It's not a horse. And for some reason, adding a big chunky monster doesn't add any health to this guy.
Pirate of the undead!
Doesn't not have to do anything with a strong unit. It's a tough unit. Because everybody just complains about rotting Prometheans, nobody is paying any attention. Heck, it's been what, how many years, and I have noticed the health issue.
Instructions!
This shit is bugged, I guarantee you. This number is so fucking off.
Fleet Admiral! Orders, Fleet Master! Always true!
Might be do something with the scaling. Could be a bug with the scaling. I mean, one of the biggest bugs in the game is the Knights of Tor Gaval when it comes to scaling and the health. Wizard and being a wizard and having a mount has nothing to do with this. This has nothing to do with it. It's a mount. Guys, it's end of Warhammer 2. You still don't know how the mounts work? God damn, man. Making me feel stupid here. Like, have you not learned anything in all these years? They're saying Celostra is a wizard going on Leviathan. She'll just keep the low health. I don't think anybody had any idea how to assign health to this unit because it's not a mount in the first place. Somebody go check Aranesa. Hold on, hold on. God damn, now we're gonna have to check this. Is it bugged on Aranesa as well? Let's see. Pirate Coast, Sparsotosa. I've not noticed this before, but this is a really bad bug. It makes these things even worse. Well, at least you first have to have any sense to, you know, to make things have sense. Stop there. Goal. We can just click the Bretonnians here. We did have the Aranesa mounted here. So, turn the same. Let's see what kind of hell does Aranesa have. Doors and Last Defection, some Bretonnians, Hochland, then bells. 5,300 on foot. I haven't even picked this mount in this game. Guys, don't need to justify these things. I'm telling you, the amount of health out by that mount is too poor. Too poor. The numbers are off, I guarantee you. And if they are not, it's just shit design. This issue exists with the Feral Manticore. It's hard to justify as a mount because of the what happens when you go on a Feral Manticore. The Lord has to be really exceptional just because of the flying. But this is even worse issue than Feral Manticore as the health. I just can't believe it's only 900 health. Horse is a horse, monster is a monster.
I'm here. Instructions.
And you know why this makes no sense? It's like you're trying to justify the armor, you're trying to justify the 25% health increase. This is not a fast mount. This mount is barely faster than a fucking vampire on foot. And 900 health makes 0 sense. If you don't understand this, you're fucking clueless. You see the speed? 900 health, what the fuck? How did I not notice the health issue with here before?
Fire it from the undead.
It's still better than nothing. Except maybe in Renessa. Does make no sense that this thing has 45 speed and a poor health increase. Makes absolutely no sense. This is not a Vampire Fleet Captain. Vampire Fleet Captain gets a massive armor upgrade. She has a kind of low armor. This guy is already armored, and he gets extra armor while not getting much speed or health. So they gave it kind of shitty stats for a mount on a Vampire Admiral. Archmagnets, this is like lazier than I thought for these guys. The fact that these guys have this mount that doesn't have a Necrofex Colossus is kind of bizarre. .45 speed but only gets 900 health. This is a shit to note down for the Great Book of Bugs for later. Even if it's not a bug, it's just shit design. I mean, for the Vampire Fleet Captain, this mount is excellent because of the armor difference. But for the Lord, come on. Come on. Don't you just for this shit, man. This is terrible. And it's still the only thing you can pick because there's nothing else.
Lead Admiral.
This guy has about 4,000 health, 4,068. The mount gives about 900. You should probably put the Lord to 6,000 health. For this speed.
Have you seen that shit? Holy shit. What the hell?
Hey, Commander. 6,000 health, just like shot. Low 6,000 health. Why am I not playing Warhammer 3? I thought you would be their main playtest. Warhammer 3 sucks. I'm sticking to Warhammer 2. I'm just gonna play Warhammer 2 for the rest of my life and complain and argue with clueless people. They try to justify every shit design.
Fleet Admiral!
Terolta says, I'm here for the complaining, but mostly I'm here for Elich to bully me. Now, sometimes I'm worried, you know, if I ever meet Terolta in real life, what would happen.
Fleet Admiral!
That's why I never leave my house, so I don't meet Terolta by chance.
Shamble on!
They should give towers skill count, they should give towers a button, turn them off. They should give towers health in a number and the amount of health and damage and kills. We'll be noting this down on in a file, Archmagnons and Warhammer 3, since the final product. Like I said, we'll open a great book of bugs. We'll be noting all the bugs, shitty designs, poor numbers, bad weapons, items, followers. I guess you know, make it a project. If anything gets changed over time, we'll review it in a Jibber Jabber episode. Yeah, the Warhammer 2 got abandoned with the Beastman update. Now it's all about Warhammer 3. My bad, they didn't get abandoned, they got completed. It's done game, finished. Arkaman says, how do I get those different kind of banners for the units on Battlefield? Well, this is my preferred way to play the game. So you also guys can see things more clearer. When you hold space on the battlefield, you have this icon here. Click it. And these are overlays. I think this is how the game looks default. This is how the game looks default. Is this the default? I find not enough information and clutter in this. So I prefer it with status icons. So I can see changes more clearly, because they're still they're kind of hard to see on this, especially as you're focusing on the micro. And I log this. I like the unit icons. They are nice and clear, show what the unit is. This is a unit banner, this is a unit icon. It's easier for you to see, and the other players, all the viewers, I mean. So I turn off the banners so I don't have any clutter. And then I keep it like this, because there's no point for having a banner, which kind of looks nice, but it doesn't help you in any way than just looking nice. It's all doesn't even look like a part of a unit, it looks gamey, so I might as well use unit icons instead of the banners.
Onwards!
What I'd like to see is if this does the videos down, yeah, me too.
Orders, fleet master! Moving! I'm here!
He's behind the blockade there, huh? I'm gonna get into the city. I didn't really... What? I'm like...
Finest of the undead!
Send the guns up. Get those cloggers here. We need to get those knights to rout them. This is what? This is anti-large. This is noble.
Fleet admiral!
They have two nobles in this place because of the landmark. So, okay. We can destroy this thing here, but they still shoot it as there is no obstacle, because there is no collision here or invisible wall. So you can put units on top of this, your units shoot them, but there's an invisible wall here for the projectiles. The noble has an advantage against the crab, so we don't really want to engage him like this. We'll just spirit leech him. If we get lucky, he doesn't resist much. Yeah, that was a nice, didn't resist.
Instructions! Column line! Fleet admiral! Shamble on!
Okay, now deal with the Kev. Am I crazy that farm would go through all these trees?
Like magic!
Two fireballs, two knights dead out of 60. So there's the invisible wall on this side here. Look at this, look at this. Impassable terrain. Bug terrain. So somebody has assigned invisible wall here instead of in the middle.
Onwards!
Look at this. More half-assing. Can we go actually from the left side?
Moving! Shamble!
Almost look like this part here is supposed to be invisible wall, and not this part here. So this side has the same issue.
Onwards!
So what happens if you click a unit here?
Moving!
They're going through it, but they can't click on it. Oh.
Ahoy!
Let's end this. Should be the end of Akotik on this side. They have all the settlement on the other side, but it'll be taken by the Grom. This is a nice sack, but I want tier 3 settlement.
This is pirate land.
I'm gonna be starting a war with Scourge of Cain. They might get confederated by Malekith.
Bones on deck. What is your demand?
This is almost done on this side.
Madams, I lost a dear
What should we do with this? Get Sector Linea, create a call, makes sense. We're gonna keep Grom here.
Phoenix King will pay. Drown them all.
The sea brings death.
As the Carpenter, 50% shipbuildings. Let's upgrade stuff here. With lower upkeeps on every army. This goes to the basic stuff. We'll get the same for tier 3, and then we'll switch the Carpenter to another army.
All bones on deck. No stragglers.
This guy here is marching on.
Corsair of the night.
Scatia. They do have lots of crossbows.
Ready.
Griffon F6.
I can't. All bones on deck.
This seems like way too expensive. Tordanil is gonna get hit on. It's good it's actually rebelling this turn.
There's too much purity.
We can afford Scotty here or Straklan. I guess we could afford one of them. This province still lacks corruption. 3 plunder piles.
The galleon awaits.
Nako Peak's controlled by Hexoatl. And Hexoatl is fighting Nagarat, I think. But the worst thing that happened right now, Malekith attacking Ultuan.
Speak.
Should have probably tried to invite more some people to war with him to avoid this for another 20 turns or so. Well,
Protecting
the floodgates of Bretonnia might also start coming, but we definitely need a second army that can terrorize the seas.
No.
It's good.
Admiral of the fleet.
By the time this army will be actually starting to go up, this should be a range army. Nothing special in the trait. I guess it doesn't hurt to add the Anchor. Hero-wise, capacity. The Lost needs a little bit of growth.
Shall drown.
We'll get Carpenter here. We'll prioritize her buildings first. We have the money to build it now.
Blood and plunder.
All in deckhands.
Ignore this.
Fleet captain reporting.
What is this one even have? Establish Pirate Co. It's some cooling right now. 13 turns.
Astride the waves.
Noctilus might go aggro on us. So what do we do about this? I think the public order one is good to get right now. Make the corruption go further. Some of the rebels are beneficial, but I like to do my own plans right now instead of being going in between the rebellions. This province is gonna require work. This looks stable. Let's get a gold mine. Gold mine. Buried treasure. Gold mine is on tier 4. Did we check this if this got changed?
Captain on deck.
So this is still bugged down.
Quivering.
Wonder whoever created this, did they even know, were they even instructed how this mechanic works? Just listen to this. This hero is currently digging for treasure. Left click to stop. The only thing you need to do to dig on treasure is click dig on the right spot. But it gets stuck in a deploy ability for dig. I'm not sure the people who created this mechanic or instructed whoever just left it like this, how this actually works. Maybe they changed it in the design.
Moving.
Why is it not just one-time thing, deplete movement? Why is it's a toggle? Might have been on an old setup from the previous game, so you deploy agents in the regions. They used it in Warhammer 1 as well, for a bit. Yeah, it's only deploy here action in Warhammer 2 and it's bugged. It looks like old system, but somebody forgot to get the memo that they changed this system. The dig is just supposed to deplete your movement for you to dig. I think, it's how it was intended. Nice, the dig is gone, and we kept the co in that place. I'll sack Terlinia and possibly Tor Iveris again and make sure Grom takes the province. So they didn't go for the bait.
Prey comes. Fight.
Scourge of Cain has been united against us by Nagarond. That makes sense. So we are at war with them right now.
Mirror, mirror.
Swords.
It's hard to say what kind of army these guys have. You got the Black Flag here. This is so tough to pick skills. I mean, the Siren is the best for this army. They can also use any melee unit. We helped Grom against Atharion early, and because we attacked all the other high-level factions, Scourge of Cain survived. Let's get some of the feelers first. We don't have use for battle skills. I'm not sure about this. Now we have a Sword of Cain. Makes diplomacy harder unless we already have it set it up. The Sword of Cain will start wars. This basically creates another threshold of bad relations. And this, for this faction is already shit, which means everybody's hostile. But as long as a good reliability rating, they will be like 50-50 if they're gonna declare war or not. Since the Wool update, the Sword of Cain is really bad for diplomacy. We don't have the military to fight everybody right now, but we'll get to that point. This guy will come, huh? He goes for the capital, I think. He doesn't go for the army. The capital is just a shithole in the jungle. We might be able to clear this one if they go. Where the fuck were they going again? Exotic goods hauler. Maybe they're going to Aldorf. Satosa. That's out of the way.
Madam, I lost a
It's
dear
out of the
fan.
way. There's too much money to be gained in Terlinia to ignore it.
At last, my vengeance is there.
But the Scourge of Cain war has started. So we're gonna leave this to Grom.
You smell like bilge water, dead git.
We need over 30 for this to be somewhat stable. But they're aggressive and reliable, so they don't really recognize anything lower, I think. Might not even recognize it at 30. We'll see.
I need an audience.
I think a 30 should be a good amount. We'll just march north.
Keep going, wretches.
I don't really want to get surprised here by a bunch of unpredictable units here. They might attack one of the gates as well. This gate is very strong. This gate is getting there in tier 3 at least. And there's a Thrower Nail here. I think they're gonna attack Unicron Gate. Yeah, the Grom might go hostile. And we just then create another problem for us instead of wiping out. Before wiping out, we could have just wiped them out. Click, 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 click. But there's gifts, you know.
You better have brought Grom
It's a
something
very
to eat.
poor faction, weak economic power. It means gifts have extra effect at a lower price.
Gork and Morgs needs it.
They value the gift at 10. Lower the economic power, the cheaper the gifts are on the lowest one.
Your will. Never.
There's a chance they have siege equipment here. This one is bugged as well. Now did switch the ownership bugged as well. Maybe it's just on the coastal versions. 2 gunnery whites. But here is only one. Import Grimgor recommends him attacks you. Might happen. Might happen.
Corsair of the night.
Unless he gets a big port, he will not meet Grimgor, so we good. We have multiple targets here.
Ridiculous.
It's probably just best to be a little bit patient here right now.
Let us evade.
Short sight.
What a chance they have a siege attacker here.
Ill considered.
I'll take my chances.
All set. We'll intercept.
Sing the songs of death! The Phoenix King will pay!
Yeah, man, it's good items.
Yes, master. The sea brings death. Fly the flag. All bones on deck. 3 sheets to the wind.
Let's see if they respond to this. One of their armies is not at home. Bahawks need kinda tier 3 to survive without an army.
Boots this.
Especially now that the enemy have rank 9 units. Economy is good.
Who are restless? Kill or be killed.
I don't want to meet Lastrians in the south, I don't want to meet Southlands, and I don't really want to see anybody in Badlands in the Old World. This one should... Let's see, this one is good, not good, horrible. If I keep this one in the here, there's a chance that the new ones will not be there, but instead will be somewhere else. But do we have enough time for the other one? What is it? This 12 turns?
By hook or
Looks like we have more than enough time.
next time.
I'm keeping most of the east under fog of war for obvious reasons.
Seen this one in my mirror. Madame, Captain.
The only way we get regiments around this faction if we build rogue pirates. So in a way, this faction has the most interesting and difficult way to unlock regiments renown. Because, you know, you have to do 10 other things as well. So they don't really fit in the short campaign. It's all out of the way. These guys might just rush the White Peak. can totally see it. If they go for the White Peak, we have to switch some military here.
All in deckhands.
Privateer. En route.
Got Taxman Solostra, and Malekith just started another war against Karan Karen 1000 Moors. Puts him more to do in the middle. Yeah, it does look like they might go for the White Peak. So, this guy's going past Howdy. That's interesting. No, for the future. It turns 500 for every building owned from the buried treasure chain.
Never.
Possible they are recruiting stuff here as well.
No.
I'd like to think at this point they will get overwhelmed by the greenskins. One should think the Grom is actually a working faction, not just some lobotomized minor AI. Looks like they might have moved around here. Is it possible that we don't see anything but in the city right now?
Very good. Plain sailing. Kill. And
Wow, they did not really care about defending this city. Maybe they didn't have the movement, maybe they just like a little bit, because they went to the ziggurat from the looks of it. A little 6 kg, I guess. Let's take it. I like the idea of this guy's going for the White Peak when it's about to get walled up. We're also very close to Reich Admiral Hohov attacking us as well. I think he goes for the capital. He's raiding here. For some reason he didn't attack Torivers. He just sacked Trelinia. I guess he respected the target, okay. He should be clearing this. It's actually good. He did what we wanted.
Listen!
Okay, clear the army in Misner. There's still some vampires here though.
Mostly grows, I can tell. You come thinking to bargain, but I have...
We already have a minus 50 great power penalty. It's turn 53. Holy fuck.
You will listen!
Let's clear the army in Misner. This faction is one of those crippled factions that is supposed to die to the other factions. But due to us attacking other high elves, they have survived somehow. The AI was very reckless and aggressive towards the gate. And while they were moving towards the gate, they were losing armies on the same path. Nobody dies here, huh? It's very interesting. Look at all these shades and nobody dies. How is... What? What the fuck?
Piece of thing!
What is this shit, man? Why they don't do any damage? Shades could surprise from the sides for sure and do some damage. But the auto resolve is usually stuck in this guy's favor. This is incredible. I have to bother just blowing them to pieces. Put the characters at the sides to detect the shades and just shoot them with mortars. But the auto resolve is, was very one-sided. The shades are usually the ones that have the edge.
Take it for me!
Okay, so Lost rank 40. There's really no options here other than the Lucky Charm, because this is a big target. She doesn't have base missile resistance, so I gotta take the Lucky Charm. Other skills that, you know, could have been considered, you know, this whole line here is just a bait. Don't bother with this, just put the 1 for 2 summons, and that's it. This one here is okay, but not critical. It's gonna be a long campaign for tier 5 anyways, so this doesn't do much. Having the upgrade Spiteful Shot to make it cost 2 is interesting, but you don't have the points for that. And it doesn't really fit if you go with more of her flavor army. Upgrading this is kind of nonsense. It's like, in what reality is this one better than this? 60 versus 90 at 8 extra leadership in an army that does not gonna need it. So you get 6 more seconds on the duration, but it's 30 more second cooldown. And it's just 8 more leadership. And this is a Lost Dive from the Legendary Lord, which will usually have a very experienced army, which the leadership doesn't do much at that point anymore.
Bromfells favors this one. Knows who the real star is.
The maelstrom. Ahoy! Vampire of the
Let's get points towards the Taskmaster.
I have sailed the world.
Silostra!
We have Carpenter here. Let's go to the next stage. Is Poop. Sure, population is this 4.
Moorsleep glows bright.
So let's get this first.
Corsair of the night.
Court.
This faction is
Welcome tide.
just dark, Dreadspears and Shades.
Slay these cattle.
Let's get the Craze, and then we'll move on the Nagarite. Loser our battle if we out-resolve this. We need money. We are at this point looking at 3 armies. So Loister will probably switch some of her units, if not most, to another army, and she'll get different composition. Hey, Rubio.
Outer west. Landslapper.
Fleet Admiral! Fleet Admiral! Eager to kill! Yes!
Let's get a little bit of angle here on.
Fleet Admiral! Sea magic! Dark X! Move you dogs! Powers of the deep! Enemy! Order it! I'll cut them!
Got them!
Curse on you! Get going! With haste! Don't stop! Move, you dogs! Get going! With haste! Don't stop! Move, you dogs! Get going! With haste! Of course! Don't stop! Move, you dogs! Only a fool would stay!
Checking, we have a disciplined Vampire Fleet captain available at all times. This army could definitely use it. 2 more attack on melee and distraction is important.
Ours is the sea. Don't mind us.
Great Horde. Where is this Great Horde? Ooh. The world is blighted with these monuments to fear the sightless eyes, and leering green conceal the riches held within. Another good Great Horde.
On deck. Moving.
This one is what? Fleet-footed? I guess that's fine in the army. But the other one... what the hell is the other one here?
Fleet captain reporting.
Knowledgeable. It's what lore? Death. It's just for the mop and the battery.
Madam, I lost a dear fan.
Intelligence and aggressive. The way this is worded might not even work.
Siren of the storms.
Continue with this army's ship progression. Ooh, Book of Asher. When did we get that? Totally missed it. We might have gotten the... Totally missed when we got that.
Knows who the real star is.
Skull bones on
Seen
deck.
this one in my mirror.
Admiral of the fleet.
Ours.
Admiral of the fleet. Landfolk are weak.
This rebelling, I guess it's good.
The goddess forbids it.
Okay. We're gonna sex Kegi here, but what's here? Oh, look at here! Look at this! Don't mind if I do. Damn, there's a muscle battle here.
Time for battle. Time to feed.
They have an army in Ziggurat of Dawn, but we'll fuck up Skeggy anyways. This army is expendable right now. So what's the cheapest, most effective shit here? Cheapest, most effective shit. They do have Empire Captain.
War and infamy.
$638. Looks like the most effective shit here is the bloated corpses, but they don't really go well with mortars against small garrison. What bombers? Bombers is a shitty version of blood corpse for this case. We do might get auto resolve instead, right? So we can add one bomber. That should be enough.
Like them.
While in defeat, let's put a prediction, guys. People are not waiting for a prediction here already. Haha is probably shaking to predict if he's here. Add this emote. Feels cringe, man? No. There's all enough cringe shit here. I'm gonna get a drink first. We're here. They invade us, we invade them. We consider Scottish army expendable. We can disband him, so might as well get some experience and loot. The Zombie Pirate Dechan's Mob Polearms is actually a decent unit, but they can't kill shit on their own, even with buffs. They're just there to slow down stuff and hold. Focus the crossbows, since we're gonna be blowing up their melee. It's currently very long reload on the mortar, so we'll pick the target. Mortar's not really the friendliest for manual fire.
Instructions!
Slow down 3 units here.
Shamble on! Moving! Fleet Admiral! Fleet Admiral! Onwards! Shamble on! Powers of the deep! Fleet Admiral! Fleet Admiral!
You got the anti-vampire technology plus 10 attack. Means that the zombies lose by default. Such a nice balanced technology. All units get 10 attack and 10 leadership against the undead. Some genius at carrier assembly invented it, no doubt. You look Equinox has got a lot of change now. You look is probably part of the Khorne faction. You guys wanna copy pasta? Somebody linked me this today when my PC was crashing. There's a message on Steam. Some viewer in Nerd's channel wrote this, apparently. Guys wanna copy pasta? Especially useful shit wizard is here. Yeah. At 5200 sec, not bad.
There's treasure and graves. All bones on
We
deck.
might even live and create a corruption vote to annoy them.
Blood and plunder.
Looks like there's an army here of at least 15 units.
All bones.
Don't have enough more to deal with that shit. We could lock 2 units with bombers. We do have Lord of the Deep for slow. Maybe. We can also try to blow up a lot of them as well. Could cause army losses. The anti-vampire technology which makes it very difficult to grind them. Without the elite units of our own. We could try. This could be enough to destroy this faction if it goes our way. If not, just cripple them for a bit. We might also sell this army back home. Seems a little bit overkill. We'll see. As the technology, it's quite difficult to deal with them. They probably have rank 9 units as well. We can afford it financially.
Madame Silostre, dear fan.
It was 1 turn until tier 3 garrison. Tier 3 when this garrison gets good.
All bones on deck.
Captain, report.
I think we are researching currently public order. Malekith is coming with Crown Hellborn and another army. What a shocker, he has Crown Hellborn every single campaign. That's probably the reason why he's doing so well, because he always has the Crown for easy auto-resolve. 2 armies of Malekith, huh? We don't even have walled up other side. So he declared war on 2 more factions in Naggaroth, and what the first thing he does, he invades with 2 armies outside Naggaroth.
What is this foolishness?
Hopefully we can hold the gate. If not, this all will just go down. Not ready for an invasion like that. Defeat Reich Admiral Hohof. Reich Admiral Hohof possesses one of the 3 verses of the fabled Lost Sea Shanty, and by exceeding his infamy you have provoked his ire. He is now sailing the seas, determined to hunt you down and reclaim his place. You must put an end to this pirate once and for all, and in doing so take the worst from him. This is a nice thing to get. Hopefully he goes after Silostre. I don't have time to chase him down. Hohof was a renowned admiral in the Imperial Navy, and his tale is one of bewilderment. The story tells that he kept a bright yellow parrot as a pet that sat upon his shoulder, never leaving his master's side for a moment. Hohof... Halfhof is Halfhof. Famous for having never lost a battle at sea. Somewhat oddly put the credit for every victory solely with the parrot. My Lord Zinch agrees, huh? Supposedly during the heat of battle the parrot squawked key tactical advice, which the admiral would use to soundly beat his opponents. Whether Hauhoff's parrots was simply uttering madness-induced ramblings or not, his crew could not deny the Rex Admiral's resultant mastery of naval combat. So when one morning Hauhoff exited his cabin and announced to his crew that they were to leave the service of the Empire immediately and become pirates upon the suggestion of the parrot, everyone aboard simply agreed.
Black-hearted Dreadlord.
We got 2 armies of Malekith invading Ulthuan before we even taken hold of it. He declared war with this part of Ulthuan, and the first thing he does invades Ulthuan. A little bit reckless, huh? Rank 2 and we are rank 6. So they didn't want to face us in the field from the looks of it. Well, we're gonna sack another city. And then we're gonna sack another city. And we're gonna keep sacking until they end us.
I'll relay the order.
By Sigma, no!
Orders, kill, and kill again.
We don't actually have range here. Maybe,
The males
here. What do we have? Here and here.
At
Camp
last
here.
we will feast. Moorsleeve glows bright.
There's another mortar here. Their army is going back home. This is the leader, I think. So Burika, this one here, will attack one of the gates, no doubt.
Dreadlord of the Druid.
What is this? Tyrants of the Black Ocean. They gunners for this one, huh?
You will listen.
This is money as well, so we can't just ignore this. We also have to protect the coast. Nobody dead, man. What is this Auto-Resolve has turned into with this faction? Nobody even dies anymore. It looks to be all shit, and now it's all this. If I keep Auto-Resolve here, there's gonna be an Auto-Resolve stream, guys. And turn this into Auto-Resolve stream, Kappa. That was actually good Auto-Resolve, because we have 2 turns of replenishment between. If you know that you're not gonna fight for at least 2 turns, Auto-Resolve is very convenient. It feels kind of bad Auto-Resolving one of the most powerful early game armies in the game. So we have to deal with Malekith's invasion. And that parrot guy. 2 Manticores could be a little bit annoying. Can you explain what auto-resolving is? It's a good question, Marconis, and I'll have to answer this. This is when you get married and you let your wife do all the decisions. I think you understand that, right? Okay, this Manticores will land, and I will use it to kill him in Anti-Large. We don't need this one to tank. Should get a couple more sirens in case the infantry gets through. As what is this? Charybdis? Hey, have a Charybdis in the army as well. Just make sure that the line of fire for the guns makes sense. We have a good set of heroes. We got characters to fight Malek here. There's also a sort of Kane there. We don't have the bolt throwers in range. Not for long. Make sure they're slowed down there. Who's going else around? Black Archer Saracen, the Vampire there, and the guy.
Paladin of Britannia!
They changed their minds. Thing is, everybody even down on this route. Send another unit there. So this is like 1 million damage at this angle here. Well, there's a build. I'm not even what the fuck put everything without making that shit. Nobody even got close. This one has been getting wrecked by the artillery from the looks of it. Not enough help for such pressure here. Having a very nice loss and disruption here, so they try to get close, they get fucked. Yeah, follow up on the second bell.
From the bell throne.
Sure we can reach the other unit. Well, the artillery did all the damage really here. They were shooting 2 zombies on the right. $1,700 is hard to say no to. We need a lot to build up.
I'd rather have
Do you think Malekith is coming to finance our future with his military's loot?
The tides rise. All
This is von Sykes' last ingot. Only this final gold bar can manifest the trigger happy apparitions that serve the Shade Raid's ghostly turncoat captain. There be no sailor alive who doesn't know the tale of Captain Van Geist. A wizard named Albrechtus von Syke has paid him ingots of purest gold to provide passage to the Sea of Chaos. When von Syke refused the captain's ambition to get the secrets of mortality from the realm of chaos itself he got shot, sailing on right out of the mortal plane. Van Geist and his crew left their bodies and material things behind, including the ship's cursed cargo. Its fate remains unknown. That's why there's a magic to summon that ship.
Madam Silostra.
The best thing to do is to send Silostra to face Malekith's armies head on. If one of the gates fall, they'll attack too many settlements.
My greatest performance.
It's actually a lot of money defending this army. It was totally worth it.
more valuable as a living audience.
Apparently these factions do respawn when you're playing Vampire Coast.
Sing the songs of death.
All bones on
Malekith has an army coming here and here. Ship Wizard can handle the Scourge of Cain. They're just spamming shades.
I'll ignore that.
Hopefully, they take the whole province. We're in business with Grom here. We'll let him live.
The Goblin King!
It's gonna turn hostile and we have no common enemy after this.
Whatever you was offering, Grom could always just seize it. Dinner time afterward, right?
The trees are increasing, so this will be okay for a bit. It would be nice to have extra armies here, but it might backfire later. This guy is rank 40. Nothing left on the top arm. Rank 36, same shit here.
My mirror.
And this one has a lot of useful skills. Bribery lowers the chance he's gonna get wounded as well.
Ah, my friend.
I don't like the idea of these guys already being here. It's faster if we go through the gates.
Rise. Oswan will sink.
My vision
Doesn't look like they're recruiting anything right now.
Ill considered.
Orders. What is your demand? At last we will feast.
We have the carpenter here. Let's get tier 3, lower upkeeps.
All bones on deck.
Could have maybe attacked this place as well.
All in
We
deck.
can get movement here. Trying to get this one built.
Yes?
Stockholm is currently putting a strain on the treasury.
Ahoy! I have sailed the world. Serve
Who's even
Fontaine,
available, dear bro?
Vampire of the waves.
I don't want to give them experience. It's getting Taskmaster points at least.
Captain, on deck.
More ship necromancers, more research.
Lubbers. On my way.
So we got public order now. There's a Rotting Promethean's gunnery mob. Rotting Prometheans. When if he's resistant the garrison one, it's actually quite a bit. %35% fast construction time. That's very useful as well. Everything else, like, nothing really priority here. This actually makes these units something more. No, we don't really need firepower. Firepower is where you have everything, really. Everything is still good. It's still early. Buffing those weapons don't make much more. If you have enough of them, it doesn't do anything. It just makes the army a little bit overkill. As a battle where the magazine is useful, but it's not critical. It's probably the last thing to focus. There's so many more useful things.
Fierce? Moi? Fleet captain, reporting. Wave treading.
Seems to be a long move here. Well, when you have enough of them, you don't need technology or the skills. That point is just overkill. Rise from an unsurrounded like a tooth unfeathered from my yearning maw, but this fang's crown may be worth more than mere gold. Looks like Mistner. What's the quest? Tier 5 building.
All bones on deck.
2500, that's a great horde. Jesus.
All bones on
Sometimes you need to tell the other side of the wall for that. And there are lesser hordes as well.
I feel nothing.
Now we can get rid of him. Now all admirals are active, but we don't have a high military. Wow, Grom has done it! Grom has done it. Did those high elves, dark elves move without activating red stance? No, 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 that just did not happen. I just imagined it. Yeah, if Grom goes to war against us, this will be very annoying, but we are allies right now. So they entered the area to take attrition without going raiding stance.
What is this?
This is actually very useful. There's another army coming here, so they are sending 3 armies. 3 armies? It's only got Malak, only 3 armies. You don't have 5 armies on 1055 to invade Ulton. What a pleb.
All bones on deck. The sea brings death. Yes, master. Spit it out, meatbag. What you thinking?
Amnesia will make problems here. But look at this, guys. We made Grom take the whole province. Hopefully this doesn't backfire. This might create more problems than it's worth unless we have enough money for it. Right now we have no money because Straklan and Diabro are just milking us dry here. I need to get rid of 2 armies.
Corsair of the night. Unworkable. Your will.
By Sigma, no!
What is your demand?
No, this is I don't see this faction a lot, you know. I just want to see them for more than just, you know, a shitty minor faction that dies in the first maintenance of the campaign.
Shamble.
So it made it a little bit more difficult for us because of that.
You overreach.
Can't let 3 armies land on Ultron, that's for sure.
My compass agrees.
A good understudy.
Let us raid.
Raid. This guy is missing Taskmaster.
This one.
March, you dead curs!
My time and temper.
This faction is probably gonna get confederated.
Druki are no pirates. Pick your guts up. Voyage on.
That's movement, boys. That's movement.
Good.
I need an
Attack this, Kron attacks us. Ideally. We can ignore this for one more turn. 2 will definitely cause a mess. Who the fuck will deal with the Crone?
I am a queen.
The regular army cannot deal with a Crone and 3 characters, it's too much. One thing we have very good with this faction is movement.
shall stalk.
More glittering scales. So 4 characters here, 3 shades. Come at me, bitch!
Knows who the real star is.
Well, in case we got a play coming our way.
At last, victory!
She might be intimidated by this army and just continue sailing here. That's why Vidigal brought here to initiate a combat. We're currently out of reserve. So how long to recruit Sirens? 2 fucking turns! Where's the technology? Recruitment duration -1. I don't have time for 2 turns. 2 turns? Are they mad? No, but who's got time for that shit? 2 turns. All the money we get here is so easily spent here. It's like a ridiculous amount for Ultron.
You better bow, using the presence of the Goblin King.
The worst thing that can happen right now, this guy builds up 3 armies and then calls war on one of our settlements. And then we're gonna have real fun on Ultron. 44 treaties, and I think it's +1 every 2 turns on the like maybe 60 in here. So we have Grom unpredictable right now. We got a big army coming our way. These guys are poking. Malekith's sending all his military apparently. Apparently everything is under control in Naggaroth. Well, we'll have 5 enemies there. We got Scourge of Cain, they are a dying faction. And some random war could happen with Bretonnians. And we need another like 5k income per turn to actually get a military for this shit. The biggest issue right now is having all these lords active and we can pay for them.
Admiral.
So we're gonna sacrifice this army. 3 heroes we lose. They have anti-vampire technology, so we kinda fucked. It's like there's another fair fight at all. Get 10 extra attack and leadership, and fuck you can do against that. We'll just suicide this army in a reckless attack on Ziggurat of Dawn. Best case scenario, we get a sack. Worst case scenario, we relieve the treasury, which is still a good result.
The sea brings death.
No luck without the resolve, so we are going in. 59 attack, 49 defense. Look at all those green bars on the Empire, man. You gotta be a fucking tactical genius to play Empire these days and still bitch about melee combat. Empire is so goddamn hard, man. Like, they need to nerf the vampires again. Put the prediction here. Damn, this guy is no joke. It's a very good weapon. So I would, you know, if I could ask one question developers, you know, I could definitely ask a lot of questions, you know. But I wanted to ask who in their company thought it was a good idea to create a technology that grants 10 leadership against the vampires when you already have a technology that grants 5 leadership in the first place on the all infantry. What then is the point of fear, which because of multiplayer got nerfed from 10 to -8? So they neglect my fear and more. And then if you're playing on very hard legendary, that adds up to a total of 25 leadership, and if they get rank 8 or 9 units, another 8 to 9 leadership, without even taking into account their lords. For example, Karl Franz gets all units over 100 leadership, for example. In what reality is this okay? Considering the base leadership of the undead, finely tuned for the esports multiplayer, and don't have any sense anymore in campaign. Literally all undead units are missing like 10 to 15 leadership and 6 attack. I'm not talking about vampire counts, I'm talking about all the undead. So we got kind of 2 melee units and one is damaged. Guess got 3, the Scott is here as well. We have 2 guns and this seems to be like the best area for it. It's an old system balance Rubio that was in Warhammer 1. I mean, I'm sure they have some kind of stats in front of them to compare the stats of the Empire versus vampires, which is kind of, you know, they're pretty much the main factions that fight each other in the core of the campaign. So you can see the stats on the Empire and then stats on the Undead. And even those base stats on the Undead seem weaker than the Empire base stats. And then when you add technologies and the battle skills and a little bit of experience, not even difficult in this thing, and the Empire just have insane advantage. It's like you're literally typing cheat codes to, you know, how to win. That's how strong the Empire technology is against the Undead. And let's ignore the anti-vampire technology, 10 attack and 10 leadership. The Empire still gets literally buffed in every single area, including 15 armor and 10% damage. And this is unlocked on 2 early technologies. Well, the only thing the vampires get is numbers. So that's the only thing they got in Warhammer 2, they got numbers. Then become a swarm faction. And they're supposed to be a swarm faction even before. So it took Warhammer 2 to create him the swarm faction, and not just a cheesy multiplayer faction. And then the Empire not only gets all the buffs, but they get even more. Then you end up vampires never having any swarm, being always outnumbered and outmatched at the same time. And then when it comes to auto-resolve, the range just destroys vampires with no competition. One of the most imbalanced things in this game is Empire and Vampire interaction in this current game. The Lord is Kev, and if you don't pin him, it could blow up a lot of these guys. And then we are in the shitter. I mean, guys, You might have no idea what I'm talking about, but these are the numbers which might take a couple thousand years for the casuals to understand, but this is our leadership here, 31. You see this? 31. Okay. We are supernatural zombies, supposed to terrify the shit out of other people. So what do we have here? Let's see, this is a tier 1 unit. 84 leadership, nearly 3 times our number. And this guy is no rank. Okay, my bad. 88 leadership, this one. So what is the point of fear if they triple our leadership? That's what I would like to know. Our units literally get touched and they start to melt. Not even hit. They just touch us. They just... And we are melting. That's the difference between these units. We actually got a good charge, good counterattack here. He's still clearing our guy with the 6 defense, huh? He's nothing. It's too much range here from the looks of it. Three characters are gonna end us here. The guy just keeps killing us, hitting us without any misses. Maybe we kill this guy and get rid of his weapon at least. Kill him, please. Okay, he's dead. That was a very good weapon, we might have taken it, but he makes it harder for everything for us. Unless it's a Loster here. It's a shame they had that guy on a horse. I think the Scotty did good 2 initial hits. Maybe we shot him once as well. But he was deleting the hard counter to him. Because of this weapon. It's how good that weapon is. I think if we didn't have that weapon, Scotty would have beaten him 1-on-1. Three characters is very hard to deal with their buffs. Very hard. So, other than killing his guy, losing the mental sword, we haven't killed a single unit. We got the income back again. Encounter Hexoatl, and how are they doing? Doing well. Hopefully, hopefully they don't make peace with Nagaret.
You have no place in the great plan.
Malekith is invading, so we gotta be careful for a bit. And we don't have all of Ultron yet.
Course plotted. On deck.
So we had to deal with all of Ultron on turn 55, and now we're with 3 to 4 Malekith's armies.
Not invulnerable.
And Ultron is such a target.
On my way.
Sure.
Armed and ready.
Do not underestimate me. I have been here a long time. Very wise.
This cockroach is not hostile. Okay, they're taking turn with attrition. Why do people predict the victory on that battle, guys? What the fuck is wrong with you? Fucking hell, 89% went with a victory. That fate was not impossible, Frack. It was just a suicide, so we get rid of the army. They got 3 characters, so the Blood Corps are not that good. We got 6 depth guard and 4 gunners on a fort. Depth guard eat little elves for breakfast. I think this is probably one of my favorite thing of having Ultron, the gate focus. It would actually be way more frustrating on Ultron without a gate focus. There's way too much ground to cover early on, especially if you attract major powers to attack it. As the Vampire Coast, you totally fucked on early Ultron without the gates. You get really lucky otherwise, I think. It's a really good thing that gives the player advantage. I feel like the gates in the current shape are fun, even if they are close to broken, probably from some perspective. But I find it fun, and I think things like this, you know, being things like this, I think it's fine to keep like this. Even if the battle AI could be vastly improved. But it's easier just to make another DLC. The main issue I find with the gates, when your allies are holding the gates, that's the main issue. Player should always be the one holding the gates. Because the gates all the gate battles always favor the attacker. That's why they're getting attacked like this. When it comes to auto-resolve, when it comes to the player gets all the advantage at the gates, because you can decide to auto-resolve the attacks and manually fight the defenses. Defenses literally requires over one army, while the attack, you know, can be just auto-resolved easily, especially if you don't have a very strong siege army, like wizards, artillery, and, you know, grinders. We even have magic explosions here, and they still were favored for this fight. In what reality? This is the standard artillery behavior here. Since they have artillery, the most of the army just waits. These are the anti-infantry towers. They miss quite a lot on a lot of things. It's a general, send this guy. That guy is a ram. Since they're shooting from low ground to the on the wall on the high ground, they do miss a lot of the shots. Doesn't want to fight, but he wants to attack the door. Oh no, the gates are broken. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? Only had a bunch of melee combatants. Wow, they had a smoke monster. This is one of the strongest anti-large targets in the game on the foot, and that's a wizard and a light horse. Black Archers can fight the crabs, and the Death Guard just killed them. should let him in instead of risking a little more casualties here. There's some special in the artillery here. It's a bug with the icon here, it's on the top of the gate.
Let it begin.
This units can also get another 20 phys resist. The crabs, well, the guard can get another 20% damage. Guard is all the one with the highest damage infantry in the game.
Show us. On my way. We serve.
It's the artillery behavior. And they done another little instructor attack the wall on the right side because they have artillery not even on this side here.
Okay. Acknowledged. Let it begin. Your orders.
All the Vampire Counts had the Blood Dragons, Blood Knights. What a slaughter, man. What a slaughter. Thanks for the money. They got tier 4, but usually when Dark Elves invade, they have low tier military, especially if they're losing. No global recruitment, the Black Arcs are situational. Talking from the air perspective. Sometimes they recruit an army on a tier 4, tier 5 settlement if they lost too much. Yeah, the ogres don't are not fit for the early game of the Tomb Kings. Honestly, they should have just made the ogres have recruit cost and not upkeep for the Tomb Kings.
Don't test me, ingrate.
Ingrate. What is this shit? She doesn't wanna attack, but she doesn't mind getting attacked. That's why I'm never gonna send women, guys.
All bones on deck.
She wants it, but she doesn't want it, you know.
Madame
Gotta be
Salos
careful here.
Dauphin.
This army is a shitty version of that army we just fought in the water, so I'm fine with this.
And now, witness perfection.
How much money is this? 4,000.
Valuable as a living audience.
Ooh, Celostra becoming a further one, Madame Army.
Madame Silostre Dauphin.
Yeah, Celostra can do anything right now, but the problem is she can't be everywhere at once. We should probably stick it to 3 armies right now so we can make Grom happy. I believe we can reach Tor Anlik from the edge here. He does have some impressive movement.
Set sail.
All bones on deck.
Sloppy Cruikshank, this is Skaven, guys.
Demand warp stop.
Okay, let's get rid of the bro. We can disband it.
All set.
Admiral of the fleet. Sails up.
We're gonna win aggression. Aggression was a little bit more in there.
Landfolk are weak.
If this army hits here, they might attack White Pig, but it's forfeit 2 turns. We have the invasion, anti-invasion right, which does a little bit, especially combined with Petty Corruption. It's a long cooldown and it only lasts 5 turns. I wish that one lasted a little bit longer. Why is it always 5, 10, 15? Always everything divided by 5. Somebody has a serious OCD who's been doing these rights. Why is this not like 8 turns? It's alright, devs. Don't always have to make it 5, 10, 15, 25, 30. It's alright. Make it 8. Not like we're gonna be using right every 5 turns. I think this will be more fitting on 8 turns. It's probably one of the most unique things they have, and it's so fleeting, so short. Okay, Amnesia is striking Grom. He's forgetting everything we done against the High Elves, so he's gonna turn hostile.
Whatever you was offering, Grom could always just seize it.
Ideally, we want him in a war with the same people. I don't think he's looking to join a war right now, though. I'm not even sure this faction even works. So this is gonna be the first time we actually see it. It's getting money on.
Dinner time afterward, right?
And this might turn hostile. If his traits work, he can turn hostile even on a decent relations. And a spooky garrison here, huh?
let us raid.
We'll just be take it carefully, slowly. Put a prediction for this one. You don't have extra shots and mortars. This is where the technology would be useful. I think the next technology I'll take the one for the Sirens. I don't want to spend 2 turns recruiting Sirens and Celostra. Then I will switch some of the Celostra firepower to another army. Third army. I think we have 3 armies with Black Flag. Can have to deal with I like the look of this. I wish there was like more parts of the city in on the actual battlefield, not everything in the background. If they're changing this in Warhammer 3, cities would actually look like cities instead of these fake battlefields. Like they looked in Attila, you know, the minor settlements. We've seen some of that. So I guess we destroy 2 towers here. And hopefully there is deployment around the towers, so we don't waste too many shots. We can cast several Spirit Leeches. This guy has the extra resistance and frenzy. This guy is pretty good at fighting and tanking. His health pool, man. It looks like he's on foot. I bet you my ass it's because it's the aquatic bullshit. How many stats are lost because of aquatic? So they add extra stuff that might be beneficial sometimes, and then the overall stats are lower. Great design. For example, like hex rates or decay rates. Okay, he's tanky. We keep forgetting to put a potion on him. A lot of mortar short wasted shooting that tower. They're getting accuracy, but it's probably the distance. The longer the shot, the worse the accuracy. Because, for example, you see this range, you see this circle. As we go further, it gets larger. So anywhere in this circle, the shot can land. The circle gets smaller with higher rank units, I'm pretty sure. What are you guys talking about? There's no corn people on this channel. This is a Slaanesh sleeper cell. Only perverts, degenerates, and Nurgle boys wishing that you know, have Slaanesh on their side. The green names will never understand the beauty of Slaanesh, you know. You know, it's a he and a she. So, you know, if you get sick of chocolate, you have vanilla too. That's why they're jealous. Don't give me feels weird, man. Not in my channel. Those actually some pretty good shots there. Are there any shades on the walls? Let's see. Hits of stock. There's an obstacle there. So we can really shoot this one from here. Yeah, we can see the big stuff. Kinda wish we had different lore here now that we see this. We can blow up some of this stuff. Yeah, the shades are facing the city. So what is this? Even if we had the melee units at this stage, we will not be able to defeat this garrison. So the mortars here is the only way. As they're moving, sometimes you can hit multiple units. I mean, Saloster probably wins with any army, but not the second lord. Looks like they're still shooting here. Give me a bomber here. Color Queens around this long is amusing. Yeah, it's because we pretty much made all the elves attack us. High elves. You know when you get Ultuan and they're very or ardent, you know when they're basically Civil War or Pro work together. Well, everybody on this Ultuan except one faction was worked together. So they all came at us, dropped the Scourge of Cain. And the moment we got that gate, the Scourge of Cain survived because they were attacking the gate instead of Scourge of Cain. It's a little bit surprising Malak didn't confederate them yet. It's more surprising to me. Look at that one behind the door. Okay. So this scrub is a siege attacker, but not a sharpty. Interesting.
Right! Fight!
Time to
Executioners, send in the fodder. Many shades? 23. Let's Spirit Leeches, maybe they shatter. Spirit Leech will kill some of them. Let's stop firing, get close with these mortars. We got 3 exploding guys. Oh, that's a good one, look at that. Ooh. Oh, that was beautiful. This wall is 2760. City Slicker Initiative. Somebody really hates Howdy, guys. Haven't heard Howdy all year, and he's using a City Slicker Initiative. You're Shackles, friend. It's a pricey Howdy. A single shot, everything hit the wall. But it's still fired.
Fleet Admiral!
Get out of here!
Magic! Shamble on! Instructions!
Instructions.
I'm here! Powers indeed! Grease.
She actually takes damage as well. Oh, that's a good one.
Fleet Admiral! A curse on you! Hooray! Onwards! Pirate of the Undead!
Forgive me!
One for the kills on that one. Oh my god, guys, where do you get this shit? I haven't even seen this one before. Squish infantry, mostly bad cavalry, faction mechanics that greatly stick how you expand, and you're basically forced to spam artillery, especially on higher difficulties. Which gets pretty old, gets old pretty quickly in my opinion. It feels like most of this sub is really obsessed with playing as the Empire. What am I missing? That guy will never understand. That guy probably gets smarter when he drinks.
This is pirate land now.
Well, award save.
All
Ooh.
bones on deck.
Knows who the real star is.
Where does it say Lostra?
Madame Silostre, dear fan.
Jellyfish in a jar. Want more stuff like this in the game. Campaign items on gear.
Bromfels favors this one.
Can have poison and frostbite.
So much power!
Seen this one in my mirror.
Sea Dragon Buckler, 5 defense, 10 missile resistance. It's identical to the nerfed Shield of Talos.
Behold!
Else potential.
Poison on the missile attack. Let's go some splatter. Like the attack debuffs here. Let's stick with this Siren one. So what are we getting here? 6 turns. It lowers the upkeep on a lot of units. Upkeep productions, way to economy. 6, 8. Let's actually get Enduring Reanimation first. So we don't have to wait a lot of time for those units to recruit. Probably works on the ships.
Fall in, deckhands.
It's carbon right now.
A good
Here,
understudy.
let's get more upkeep productions. So there's also movement missing here. So who's the third one? 4 right now. Digglebro is here. He still has the basic stuff.
Admiral of the fleet.
How close to tier 4?
The dark ones are nothing.
Yeah, we'll switch to Carpenter here.
These perversions.
This army probably gonna attack one of these gates before we get to them. Need economy.
On deck.
Looks like it's the volcano. Might be on the other side though.
Moving. Captain, reporting. Astride the waves.
Mirror, mirror.
Well, other than Everest, which is controlled by Grom, we have nearly all of Ultron. Darkel sent 4 armies against us.
Your plaudits I'll take. Your criticism isn't needed.
We accept. This grants us 5 points immediately. We might send somebody to harass them soon to get more points to Grom. I want to keep Grom as an ally, see what he does. Oh, so sorry, friend.
Plan scheme is discordant.
Bray comes.
Goddamn deck, bro, die! Let us get some experience.
All bones on deck. Is it daylight?
How does Vampire of the Vampire Coast survives a defeat? It's very strange. Income is very good now.
I have sailed the world. Heave ho!
The goddess forbids.
There's a double attrition here. Wow.
The sea brings death.
Knows who the real star is.
Of course, of course.
Ransom them!
Attack them!
Good night.
Madame Silos Tirfin.
Corsair of the night.
Okay, how the map looks right now. Everest and Nagarite is not under our control. We'll eliminate probably these guys, and fighting Malekith seems so weird. We'll just build up Ulton at this point. We need to get the armies to guard all the sides.
Seen this one in my mirror.
The auto resolve doesn't take into account that units are undead. Other than the shitty leadership to mess up the auto resolve. What Infamy gives me, it's part of the campaign to unlock the shanty, Lost Sea Shanties, so you get a big buff in Bell. As you get more Infamous, you get targeted by 3 of these big guys, Reich Admiral, Firon and Baron, and you can unlock a buff in Bells. You also need Infamy for the campaign objective, and you also need Infamy for a few other things, not much really, mainly Legendary Admirals.
Ship shape. What is your demand?
Still better than Murderous Prowess for here though.
Bromfell favors this one.
Maybe we issue Wizard to clear those colonies. This is gonna be under attack unless we put Mulligan in his place.
Swashbuckler.
So where exactly is this?
Sea Master! Off deck! Move! Drown them!
3,000 and 2,500. What, there were two here? What in the...
Itching for fresh battle. They've come to beg for mercy, Nestra. I am hesitant to grant it, Arahan.
Shit, they hate our guts. They hate our guts, but they're at war with Malekith and Nagarythe. If they attack, Cockroach will follow.
I seek only.
They rival my own.
Just what we need, another elf to come to Ultron. Everybody's welcome here.
Silostra!
Over the upkeeps.
All bones on deck. The sea brings death.
I think Shield Wizard can handle an army from these guys.
Yes, at once. Yes, master.
A good understudy.
Ship Necromancer, so we get the research.
Star is.
What the fuck is the ship Necromancer even triggers? Looks like it's opens all the time. Vampire Coast. Oh my god, are you fucking serious? So guys, this is the list of High Elves followers in the game. This is the list of the Empire followers in the game. And this is the Vampire Coast. They're all more or less useful though. Wondering about the Sartossum Upright and what is this? Win a battle 4%, so it's pretty common. Sartossum Upright is win a battle against Emperor Bertonia. But we get to follow it to research. Right. This is an incredible design. Can't wait to put melee buff on my ranged units on one army alone. On a single unit.
Fierce? More?
It's actually all units in the army. They're gonna be so stronger in melee. What's their damage in melee anyways? 2 AP? Damn, plus 15%. 2.3 damage. This is tier 5. What is he moving? He's quite slow. He's getting closer. We should take care of him together with Malekith's armies. From the unique followers, there's two good ones. And they're usually so good they prioritize them first. The movement and line of sight, and the cheaper construction cost. I think that's the single-use followers for one army. That's like bad design. Those technologies should have been a smaller bonus faction-wide. They should have created proper followers for this faction. Can I get a Grom to join war against a pirate? If we paid him enough, probably. Let's see what the game rolls here. A little bit of roulette here. Heroic Victory, Blue Red Order. We got 6 Depth Guard and 6 monsters and 4 guns plus walls plus explosion towers. What do you get again? We got 2 Sisters of Slaughter. Those are formidable. Masters only with the flying. What time do you think I'll start stream tomorrow? Standard time, like around 4 PM. 3 to 4 PM. Tomorrow, guys, we're doing a request. English Cake requested some game. Some kind of actions game. So we're doing that the whole stream. A lot of stuff on the other side. Just put the one here, I guess. Sending a range this way this time. They use those sisters right, I didn't even get a heroic victory. Left side edge much less this time. Yeah, totally my fault. Smoke monster again. Decent damage. Don't be casting spells when you're climbing the ladder, lady. I've seen that happen to Malekith a lot of times. They're using range much better this time. How does she heal? Push of toughness.
Let it begin.
Is not warm tree time yet? Give me a listen to 17 another week.
The blood, we obey. Storm them, so be it. Let them rules. Orders, holding action. Let it begin. Show us. Good. Aye, master. Good. Acknowledge. Yes.
Kill her, we get extra money. Should be some rubber banding here.
Ready. We obey. Your orders.
These guys will get killed by the sisters, I feel.
Merciless Druki!
These three characters are no joke. How would there be Pyrrhic victory with no casualties and archers? Well, apparently the healing, magic, and ammo and RNG involved.
Dance macabre. The plan and the dawn. Off deck. Show us. Let's charge. Engage. Moving. Get lover.
Character set the guardian there. There's extra 50 kills on the left side. Lost one death guard. Rip rank 2. It's a second army Malekith sent to attack the gate. They messed up the victory results with Bretonnia update in Warhammer 1. And it's been like that since then. Might be due to related to multiplayer or something. Who knows?
Exchange
3,000.
plunder.
There's a Black Ark coming. Black Ark can make a difference with bombardments. Double attrition on this army as well. We got the right ending vampiric corruption. Yeah, we can get rid of this.
Avast and draw your blades.
Admiral is close and Celostra is like 2 turns away.
Madame Silostra Tirfan. I have arrived. Prepare the stage.
I will not obey.
Stolen schematics. Our agents have managed to acquire plans and schematics detailing all sorts of interesting new advancements our enemies are developing, hindering their research efforts but greatly aiding our own. 50% research for 10 turns. Damn. Not bad, not bad.
All bones on deck.
It seems to be like a slightly weaker army.
Admiral of the fleet. All of aboard. Full speed ahead. Setting sail. The goddess forbids it. You waste my
Some
time.
ogres too.
Fleet captain reporting. Time to move.
This is actually good here. But on tier 4.
What you got to offer, Grom, then? Grom knows to
I was looking for a
score.
second enemy, nice. Need to recognize these things.
The sea brings death.
There's an army here.
Move, scum! I can't. No. Unachievable.
A lightning strike. Yeah. They might just go around as well.
Silostra.
So it's 358, we got 30 settlements and 13 provinces. Research looking good as well.
Corsair
There's
of night.
potential.
Income for possibility plus 20%. Where did they get this? 20% more better loot, huh?
Madame Silostra Tirfan.
I'll put on Lord, might not work on a hero. Card from the highest quality Black Pearl Legend state that its wearer will be granted the ability to see to the Black Ocean waters all the way to the sea floor, where the untold fortunes are buried. 20%, 30%, 45%, it's quite nice skill for 5%. You get money. How strong is Grom right now?
The Goblin
Rank
King!
14 and not really any enemies, not really. We don't see Satosa here. Let's send him to Skegi, let's see if he acts on it. He might take this place, who knows. Ulton is safe for the moment. Just need to get another army going and build this shit up. Income is good, just there's so many things to build.
This will fail. No.
They could besiege Griffon get attacked by Fair Tor. It's known to happen.
Foolishness. Pistols and cutlasses ready.
Decisive defeat. Oh damn, man. They got a conduit and the explosions this time. I'm gonna get something to eat before we continue though. I'm gonna break, guys. I'll see you when I get back.
Royalty and reshape this land which is mine. For you, Red Legions, for I love you. I love, even as that great Talos cherished us, for he saw in us, in each of us, the future of Skyrim, the future of Tamriel. And there it is, friends, the ultimate truth. We are the children of man. Talos is the true God of man, ascended from flesh to rule the realm. Spirit. The very idea is inconceivable to our elven overlords, sharing a heaven with man. Ha! They can barely tolerate our presence on Earth. Today, they take away your faith. But what of tomorrow? What then? Do the elves take your homes? Your businesses? Your children? Your very lives? And what does the Empire do? Nothing! Nay, worse than nothing! The Imperial machine enforces the will of the Dalmor against its own people! So rise up, children of the Empire. Rise up, Stormcloaks. Embrace the word of mighty Talos, he who is both man and divine. Trust in me, White. Trust in Heimskr, for I am the chosen of Talos. I alone have been anointed by the Night to spread his holy word. Talos the mighty, Talos the unerring, Talos the unassailable. To you we give praise. We are but maggots, writhing in the filth of our own corruption, while you descended from the dung of mortality, and now walk among the stars. But you were once man, aye, and as man you said, Let me show you the power of Talos Stormcloud, born of the North, where my bread is long winter. I breathe now in royalty and reshape this land which is mine. I do this for you, Red Legions, for I love you. I love, even as man, now, in royalty and reshape this land which is mine. I do this for you, Red Legions, for I love you. I love, even as man, great Talos cherished us, for he saw in us, in each of us, the future of Skyrim, the future of Tamriel. And there it is, friends, the ugly truth. We are the children of man. Talos is the true god of man, ascended from flesh to rule the realm of spirit. The very idea is inconceivable to our elven overlords, sharing the heavens. With man? Ha! They can barely tolerate our presence on Earth. Today, they take away your faith. What of tomorrow? What then? Do the elves take your homes? Your businesses? Your children? Your very lives? And what does the Empire do? Nothing! Nay, worse than nothing. The Imperial machine enforces the will of the Dalmor against its own people. So rise up, children of the Empire. Rise up, Stormcloaks. Embrace the word of mighty Talos, he who is both man and divine. Trust in me, Whiterun. Trust in Heimskr, for I am the chosen of Talos. I alone have been anointed by the Night to spread his holy word. Talos the mighty, Talos the unerring, Talos the unassailable. To you we give praise. We are but rags, riding in the filth of our own corruption, while you have ascended from the dung of mortality, and now walk among the stars. But you were once man, aye, and as man you said, let me show you the power of Talos Stormcloud, horde of the North, where my bread is long winter. I breathe now in royalty and reshape this land which is mine. I do this for you, Red Legion, for I love you. I love, even as man, great Talos, in royalty and reshape this land which is mine. I do this for you, Red Legions, for I love you. I love, even as man, great Talos cherished us, for he saw in us, in each of us, the future of Skyrim, the future of Tamriel. And there it is, friends, the ugly truth. We are the children of man. Talos is the true god of man, ascended from flesh to rule the realm of spirit. The very idea is inconceivable to our elven overlords, sharing it with man. Ah, they can barely tolerate our presence on Earth. Today, they away your faith. But what of tomorrow? What then? Do the elves take your homes? Your businesses? Your children? Your very lives? And what does the Empire do? Nothing! Nay, worse than nothing! The Imperial machine enforces the will of the Dalmor against its own people! So rise up, children of the Empire! Rise up, Stormcloaks! Embrace the word of mighty Talos, he who is both man and divine! Trust in me, Whiterun. Trust in Heimskr, for I am the chosen of Talos. I alone have been anointed by the Night to spread his holy word. Talos the mighty, Talos the unerring, Talos the unassailable. To you we give praise. We are but maggots, writhing in the filth of our own corruption, while you have ascended from the dung of mortality. Now walk among the stars. But you were once man, aye, and as man you said, let me show you the power of Talos Stormcrown, Lord of the North, where my breath is long winter. I breathe now royalty and reshape this land which is mine. I do this for you, Red Legions, for I love you. I love, even as man, great towns, in royalty, and reshape this land which is mine. I do this for you, Red Legions, for I love you. I love, even as man, great Talos cherishes, for he saw in each of us the future of Skyrim, the future of Tamriel. And there it is, friends, the ugly truth. We are the children of man. Talos is the true god of man, ascended from flesh to rule the realm of spirit. Very idea is inconceivable to our elven homes, sharing with man? Ha! They can barely tolerate our presence on Earth. Today, they take away your faith. But what of tomorrow? What then? Do the elves take your homes? Your businesses? Your children? Your very lives? And what does the Empire do? Nothing! Nay, worse than nothing! The Imperial machine enforces the will of the Dalmor against its own people! So rise up, children of the Empire! Rise up, Stormcloaks! Embrace the word of mighty Talos, he who is both man and divine! Trust in me, Whiterun. Trust in Heimskr, for I am the chosen of Talos. I alone have been anointed by the Night to spread his holy word. Talos the mighty, Talos the unerring, Talos the unassailable. To you we give praise. We are but maggots, writhing in the filth of our own corruption, while you have ascended from the dung of mortality. Now walk among the stars. But you were once man, aye, and as man you said, each of us the future of Skyrim, the future of Tamriel. And there it is, friends, the ultimate. We are the children of man. Talos is the true god of man, ascended from flesh to rule the realm of spirit. The very is inconceivable to our elven overlords, sharing a heavens. With man? Ha! They can barely tolerate our presence on Earth. Today, they take away your faith. But what of tomorrow? What then? Do the elves take your homes? Your businesses? Your children? Your very lives? And what does the Empire do? Nothing! Nay, worse than nothing! The Imperial machine enforces the will of the Dalmor against its own people! So rise up, children of the Empire. Rise up, Stormcloaks. Embrace the word of mighty Talos, he who is both man and divine. Trust in me, Viking. Trust in Heimskr, for I am the chosen of Talos. I alone have been anointed by the Night. Read his holy word. Talos the mighty, Talos the unerring, Talos the unassailable. To you we give praise. We are but minds, writhing in the filth of our own corruption, while you have ascended from the dung of mortality. Now walk among the stars. What purpose man I, and last man to send me? Let me show you the power of Talos Stormcrown, born of the north, where my bread is long winter. I breathe now in royalty and reshape this land which is mine. For you, Red Legions, for I love you. I love even this land, great towns, in royalty and reshape this land which is mine. I do this for you, Red Legions, for I love you. I love, even as man, great Talos cherished us, for he saw in us, in each of us, the future of Skyrim, the future of Tamriel. And there it is, friends, the ultimate. We are the...
We're back, boys. Yoo-hoo! This lord is rank 19. It would be a shame something happened to her before immortality. They get immortality in rank 20. They have conduit, so they can blow up a couple of units. We could sally out with one of the monsters to trigger conduit early. I'll do less damage on a large unit.
Ready!
Master is flying. In both walls, we'll try to shoot the master before we send halberds on him. All arms.
The
Master could be the one that activates the conduit. With our garrison commander here, in case this guy starts wavering. The animated hulks are not very useful other than just fighting them when they get inside. Unlike we're gonna need more than 2 here. I guess the Mongols are also not very useful here. They're so squishy. This is like unit has similar amount of armor, but they're a little bit more health. At least the Mongols get some missile resistance. I don't know what's the purpose of arming the Hulks, honestly. They don't have the leadership to work. Not when it matters in the early game. There's gonna be some Black Ark Bombardment and Dark Conduit, which they can use to explode one of the units. What is that? Immediately use Potion of Healing, okay. We don't want to shoot single-handed with that. Master counters the Mongols hard, but when you get rid of his Dark Conduit, it's scary for our vampires. The Gargoyles get countered by the guns. They have armor but no missile resistance. And they don't have the health either. Okay, this is gonna be Dark Conduit. Bye bye. Some bombardment coming here. It's the worst one. It's the big one, Cauldron. Their own unit go direct. That one doesn't do much.
Consider it done. I decide.
We switch here.
Yes. Acknowledged. Orders. Show us. Aye, master.
The Master is no joke, he's over 70 defense. Mounted Masters are kinda nasty if you don't shoot them while they approach. That was direct hit.
Yes, master. One. So be it.
Don't think those ghouls are gonna get out of this alive.
Brother, acknowledge.
Gather in, Mom. On the way.
Who's casting that shit? Her? It's overcast on.
Boarding action. Advancing.
That shit is still on cooldown.
Off deck. At once. Consider it done.
Second conduit is done. can send these guys outside.
Let it begin! At once!
Master's flying around. Actually counters these units. Just need to surround them with pole arms. Those guys have a very high anti-large.
I will be done.
They've got to clear the wall.
We obey. Your
Don't chase them, they want to charge.
move.
Just hold this.
Go, thine design.
Oh shit, that's 34 sisters. Might be fine though. 39, and they still have hunger. That was the very slow reaction there. How are we gonna kill that lord? Is this the ah, that's the other one. This is the one that's about to get immortality.
Hunger. Slaughter. What? Slay the enemy. Defend. Marauders.
It's fast.
Action. The pack. Slaughter. Orders.
The sisters killed the remaining Dev Guard. Ridiculous. We outnumbered them and we had better vigor as well. Was it 300? Okay, that makes sense then.
Show us. Garden.
We can kill this one less mortality around. Those crabs are big enough to pin her.
Yes.
Still got through.
Ready. Slaughter.
Where the fuck is this mustn't retreat? Sound that shit. Is it generating as well? Our units are basically just letting her go. There should be some kind of pin mechanic or days when they're trying to flee like this, and the shattered unit should be taking double damage. Looks like they might be getting their first Immortal Lord outside their 2 Legendary Lords. Just what we need. Malika with 10 Legendary Lords, 10 Immortal Lords constantly attacking. Good battle loot fighting Dark Elves. When Bretonnians attack us, we'll call in the allies and see if Gram's gonna side with us. Just what we need to make him stable. He's gonna be targeting vulnerable settlements.
Madam Silos,
Anything else in the water here? It's fast to use the water. We still also need sea lakes. He's taken one turn of attrition. He looks like immune to vampiric attrition. I guess he's considered a vampire himself. Undead.
You waste my time.
No!
Nope. 3 great swords. Battle is the best in army cost. Yeah, pretty sure.
Get going, scum. Onwards!
It's totally worth building up these points for the economy.
Surrender your ships.
You gonna help Grom conquer the world, or what? A job for the Gobbo King!
Not possible. Fall in, deckhands.
Yeah, we made helped him against Altarion and allied with him. So see if he's actually a proper faction if he survives.
Ah, my friend.
Where did we get this slot
An audience.
here for?
I'll ignore that.
Yeah, I'm not sure we can still catch that one.
Unachievable.
This feels pushing.
Absolutely not.
Unworkable.
All bones on deck.
Kill.
We only had a mortal hunter here. Went to sort some other heroes around. So you can send heroes from the other army here and start leveling them once with Solostra. These units will have ridiculous leadership for this battle, so they might not rout in time. Worst case scenario, they have to go home. Losing a bunch of ranked mortars, that sucks. It's gonna take a while to rank up those mortars again. At least it's just infantry. Shit ton of infantry, but it's just infantry. I have a feeling if these guys attack the gate is actually gonna lose. The technology just makes them win. Extra armor, extra leadership, extra leadership, extra leadership, extra speed, extra attack, extra defense, extra damage. Let's see this. Victory here is amazing. Defeat is a setback, but it's not the end of the world. We need to get rid of these guys from Ultuan and close this area here. Once Salosto defeats that new guy that is come from the south, we can organize the third army. We just need that siren technology. If we lose this army, Shield Wizard will get Salostra's army, and Salostra will get her army. It's not the end of the world. But it's way too much leadership for this army to route properly. The little dwarves here. Probably gonna have high leadership dwarves here. The main issue is that Lord is not that good at casting. It's just a shitty death lore. So we haven't invested anything into it. We've been waiting for a Vampire Fleet Captain. If I had the Vampire Fleet Captain here, it would have been fine. Just need to sort of Vampire Fleet Captain. Maybe start cycling them. Get one discipline that's nice for this army. Confident and discipline are both good for this army. This sucks for the guns. What's the range here? How far can we go back? I guess this might work. What's the close range here? It's a small battlefield. If these guns can't fire perfectly, we're gonna lose.
Fleet Admiral!
I guess we could deploy it right here at the edge. We'll just shoot some of the trees. Yeah, this is ideal. Some of the projectiles will be lost in the trees. We'll also just have a little bit of high ground here. How does the tail look from here? It's like one shot lost at least. Maybe they go really wide and they have to turn around. They have no summons and no proper magic here. It's all about guns, mortars and the exploding guys. This is a good high ground here, but our units are too slow to get into position.
From salt.
We got to position this one here. Or we have this one here. How would the gunsman look here? At least we now have to worry about the right side. Do lose some of the projectiles in the trees. This battle is all about creating enough pressure to cause army losses. If they get into melee, it's gonna hurt. So if they come from the left side, they're gonna be through the trees. Then this is all dead. But if we deploy like here, hill-like, we could use these guys two on each side to distract while the guns are shooting. All three needs to do kills in this battle. They don't have any good characters in this fight, so at least that. If we deploy in this area here, the whole army gonna have to turn like from wide to like this. This would be ideal, but better for the archers than for the guns. We need some perfect mortar shots here. No wasted on a single unit. So how far we would need to move here? And this is like at least one shot lost here. If we don't get him into position in time, they're gonna hit the side. These units are way too slow to get into position. Hey, Bruce. I have no melee here, so if they get close, you're fucked. They got their broken Empire technologies. We're just watching your latest Von Cards campaign. Are you liking it?
Fleet Admiral! Gunnery mob! Undead! Gunnery mob! Sea prey! Gunnery mob! Always crew! Fleet Admiral! Fleet Admiral!
It's one of those battles, so we should get a Mongol Hunter.
Gunnery mob! Yes!
What? Well, that sucks. Nice. So much for the explosion, huh? What happened with the health? It looked like a buck shot. Look how fast this unit's running compared to our units. great so just touch their unit and they're all just melting here. Might have been far from ideal. It sucks. They just don't care. Terror, fear, nothing works. Kill half the guys here before I got terrified. I need that fat guy exploding now. We are already decided to close. Don't have enough here. That fat guy not exploding properly. That's it. Those great swords won't die. Doesn't matter what kind of damage we do here if we don't win. Great swords are killing this guy. I've been under large 65 mil defense. Well, we tried this. One of those fat guys didn't explode. Might have been enough for them to get close. There's so much leadership, they don't rout. We need the fat guy exploding. We nearly had him here. I don't think we killed any units, maybe 2. 3 if we're lucky. That guy was supposed to explode in the middle of 3 units and he just fell to the world. Wow, we didn't even kill 3 units. Those halberdiers survived. At least they have a big replenishment here. Yeah, we're gonna switch to Loster's army here. The reward was pretty high here, but was looks like too tough of a fight.
Unachievable.
2 of the melee units would have not gotten close if that fat guy exploded properly. Would have also caused more leadership damage, and they would have probably routed easier approaching to the guns. So it looks like they have a very good replenishment in Wasteland. This guy's
Possible.
the Empire doesn't have technology for replenishment. I guess this guy has the replenishment tech. Even pardon the Cabrals for money, and they still have really high replenishment. Like, it's gonna be 3 turns like nothing happened here.
I will not obey.
The Blood Course is supposed to, about to explode, but it looks like it just got killed before it exploded. But it looked to me like it fell to the world.
Unworkable.
What is this foolishness?
Not possible.
No supply lines right now.
Madame, I lost a dear fan.
So what is this going to be? It looks like they're gonna just sail home. This means there's nobody here again, huh? Let me to go raise some cities there. Everybody's wounded right now. 5 turns, 4 turns, 3 turns, 1 turn, next turn Scaria, okay. So what are these guys gonna go? They're gonna go Shrine of Cain, Elysia. Looks like it. If we had the Bloody Corpse instead of the regular guns, might have been better. Hard to say. Wow, they didn't wait for replenishment. Okay. That battle was worth it. You just fucked up your veteran army, friend. I got ridiculous bonuses, but also have sometimes no brain cells. This is another thing that needs to be patched, you know. The AI replenishing instead of just jumping. They just need to wait 2 more turns here. They would have fucked up 3 plus elements here. Sometimes, you know, they win a battle, auto-resolve, take a lot of damage. All the units are alive. Most of them rank 9. What they do, instead of waiting next turn to fully replenish, or 2, they merge everything and then spend 4 times to recruit all over it again. This guy hasn't attacked the settlement. I guess it's also a weird code here for this guy.
Whatever you was offering, Grom could always just seize it.
I want Grom to attack Skeggy. Income is very good right now. This will be our first worse, which kind of makes a difference. We're dealing with Reich Admiral half-half. How much battle is this? 3,000, another 700. Nice. Pyramid Timbers, you've secured one of the worst of Lossy Shanty. Their army is easier than a fucking Empire army of swordsmen and crossmen. This one is in the way.
Applaud!
Can we get away to go get the graveyard? There's another army coming here. You get technology in 2 turns. This is Deeps. This Deep should get a range army.
To my next performance.
How much does this cost? 2,700? Cheap.
Sing the songs of death.
We're getting close to mid-game, so it's time to switch on Salostra. Not all these guys will use the same army.
Stromfels favors this one.
Down in white as well, yeah. Why the fuck do we have Paladin in with her? Feels like such overkill, but I guess it just out-wins every fight. We literally can lose with these two in the same army. Unless they surprise us. For war and shit.
Moi. Put your backs into it.
What about the heroes available here? If we don't cycle this shit, we're never gonna get anything useful.
Captain, on deck.
Listen.
Confidence is good.
Seen this one in my mirror.
This faction needs some extra leadership. This is slow, ward save, physical resistance. Okay. We'll go with Scotty. I should have recruited him already there, right? I'll catch on.
Time to go.
5,115 for me? Okay, that's good. What?
Fleet captain, reporting.
We got the same one. Who created this lazy RNG system here? Find the treasure here and you get another map which unlocks the same treasure. Holy shit, that is so lazy. This whole system of treasure maps just feels like an afterthought. It's part of their economy and the heroes could help with it. There's also this RNG element. Ultan is very expensive to build up, but it has to happen. This thing should have been more rare, not spammable like they are spamming us, which just makes them kind of pointless. It's just like extra stats that don't feel like anything special, extra resources. If they are over spammed, they should be so rare. The lower ones should be completely removed from the game. There should just be big hordes and even larger than that, which are super rare to get. And they should not be spammed like this. It feels like just overused, overspammed. You should probably have a rare chance to find this, and they should be way more worthwhile. And they should not repeat in the same spot. Seems like some trashy repeatable quest. You can definitely get some resource for this, but it feels like it's just a spam in this campaign that's doesn't feel right. Much rare to unlock and more worthwhile. Not spammable. Just spam, 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 spam. You know how to create shit. I realize they don't have enough troops anymore. We have a short window here. Short window here, which allows us to capture Galleon's graveyard. Okay, we get a proper second army.
I am the siren of the deep.
The dead will fight.
Let's see. It's like every son just spam, 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 spam.
Blood and plunder.
This one is okay.
The real star is potential.
The guys that have Lord of the Deeps will be range armies. Makes sense. Lord of the Vampires is melee army.
Another victory.
And the shitty Lord or Notorious Admiral, he's a very strong trait, is also melee army with some range support. The Dead Gunners look good here, but we need to unlock that building.
The lamprey. Stromfel's favors
Black Flag
this
first.
one.
The guy's muxed.
A good understudy.
No more ship ship's necromancer.
Madam, I lost a dear
Quite
son.
impressive movement here. Look with this, maybe get a battle buff.
Set sail!
Very strong at battle buffs on melee army. Probably the best way to buff melee. This is one turn remaining. We drop recruitment times to 1 turn. Hopefully works on the local horde. Well, just in case it doesn't work, we'll queue them here. I remember if it works.
Let us reign.
How much money you get for this?
Ours is the sea.
2500.
Join me.
She does have the ship's necromancer. Ship's carpenter and ship necromancer. We can put this. Still keep it here, I guess.
Is it time?
Those who the
This one
real
needs to build
star
up.
is.
All construction time, construction cost. It looks like this place will hit a rebellion on tier 2 garrison. That's not good for us.
I will listen, but there are
The orcs are thinking on the way against them.
grumble out everything soon, but sure, dinner time afterward, right?
Because the Sword of Cain, we have to worry about relations with him.
Ready. Duel to the death. Get going, scum.
So it doesn't work if you click it on the same turn.
Avast.
The button's bugged.
Blood and toil.
Who can serve the army getting us treasures? These ones are not really worth going there though.
Captain, on deck. On my way. En route.
We're busy here. +2 attacks on the silence is kinda a big deal.
Captain, on deck.
Mirror.
What is this one? Confident Covenant is good.
Seen this one in my mirror.
For the this in this case it's good.
Another victory.
Have a shitty base leadership. We just need to get rid of those Empire colonists from Ultron, and Ultron is secured. Grom might does unsecure the province for us. Maybe they recruit a bunch of units and defeat him. We have Enduring Reanimation, bound to the Captain's Will for Eternity and Beyond. Lowers the recruitment times on the animated Hulks, Sirens, Roaring Prometheans, Mongols, Roaring Leviathan, and Necrous Colossus by 1 turn. You also get 10% cheaper upgrade for these units. This is also the only technology for Sirens.
Sing the songs of death.
Okay.
The curtain raises.
Hopefully by moving here we're not going to find anybody. Mutland's Blessing, wow. Amazing for all these battle bosses are amazing for melee armies. No battle though here.
Bromfels favors this one.
It does have 90% of upkeep on the corpses, and they're a little bit tougher. And Armor of Destiny. What the fuck do we, some of these items we got, I must have missed where we got them. It's like, there's a pop missing, or am I just blind? This guy is Disruption in a range army, so almost resistance.
I need an audience. Else potential. Knows who the real.
This helps with the Forbidden Rod.
Blood. I'll lash the stragglers. Kill or be killed. Thin out the cattle.
It's the identical, wow. I should have at least done that. You can get an identical like that. And now that we have extra force and extra agents, the economy is starting to kick in properly. Yeah, the settlement economy is very poor otherwise. It's a blue knight like a lord thing. No, it's a meme thing.
These sheets to the wind.
Physical resistance. Yep.
Madams, I lost a dear friend.
So this guy has been moving quite fast further.
An audience. Siren of the storms.
Not picky on the Vampire captains for this faction. Confident or disciplined.
Unachievable.
Sigma bids this.
It's like we're just out of range.
Prepare my coffin.
Drone is coming again. Looks like we're stuck at the water market in the rest of the campaign. Maybe they go for the gate. They've been taking attrition from the corruption. Oh, it's a nice buff. All male units get 10 attack and 10 armor. The guns get more range and reload. I think it's the second time we get this event this campaign.
All bones on deck.
So they got third army here.
No.
Oh, this one actually went back. Okay.
There's too much. Surely not. Land ahoy!
Don't have the range to take it this turn.
Voyage on.
Sing the songs of death.
Captain, on deck.
You will listen.
Looks like Noctilus is at home.
Siren of the deep.
Bill says I'm addicted to Vampire Survivors because of Yelich. My best time is so far is 21:20. Then I got mauled by like 4 of those clone things. See? Yeah, it's not my fault. It's an addicting game. It's more up to production. They have no upkeep in this arm. Interesting. I have we have some rotting Prometheans. Don't really want them to shoot because the shots will do friendly fire more than anything. There's a magic resistance, I feel. Magic attacks. Yeah, I don't want shooters on this thing.
Dear fan. The storm call.
Not for this army.
Madams, I lost a dear fan.
We are skilled for rotting Prometheans, Sirens. This one's gonna be very hard to kill. Especially with Lord of Empires.
I need an audience.
It's 2000, we don't need that extra population, we need to open the other stuff.
The tides rise.
One of the objectives we completed Hexoatl in Victory Settlements. Ultron has only 2. You need 6.
Behold!
Money looking very good.
Moving.
Can afford tier 3 at least. Torfin is the Iron Settlement. This faction has no landmark, literally. Literally no landmark, just gets some special things around and that's it. So what is the purpose of leveling this province? There's literally no purpose. Get a better bit of treasure. There's literally no purpose to leveling this province. The amount of money we're gonna spend on these 2 tiers will never be funded by this. This tier 4 wall. Yeah, there's really no point to getting this province to or hide in tier 3. This one is a different story though. Kalendor. Same shit, just garrison. This one has a little bit more economical possibility.
What is your demand?
With this, the bro is outside. God.
Ship shape.
Wrong button.
I need more crew. Corsair.
How much population we have on Celostra? Currently 1 next 2.
Of the storm.
Get this one right. Can still get more movement buffs. So I need to get rid of these colonies here. I'm probably just gonna wipe them out, including Hexoatl, then put us to war with more elves. Looks like fighting elves for the rest of the campaign this side of the world. Kron is doing good, looks like they're gonna be big this campaign. Maybe we can create big Grom. Now somebody taxes Elite Grom. These guys want to target some minor settlements here, huh?
Not likely.
They have the Empire technology. Means Misnar is kind of fucked up.
Absolutely not.
Elysia should be okay. This faction lacks some garrison technologies that matter in the beginning. Because there's like no of this technology that are worth focusing.
And now, witness perfection. We shall stalk the oceans. Voyage of the damned.
Great Stout, 3290, 1760, 2430, 25 speed, 24 defense, just the other way around. Get more growth here. So Exoatl is playing around Nagra, they still haven't made peace.
Speak.
Alec is probably gonna be focused on us primarily. Also has other enemies as well. Nagra looks like to be losing.
My arrow flies true.
Aegis of Naked is rank 7. The worst timeline.
Ready. Yes, at once. At last, we will fit.
We actually got a big pile here.
Attack!
Bring war and infamy. Your will.
We can upgrade some stuff here to population. Max the upkeep production. Our army will be very cheap. They have very impressive upkeep reductions down the road.
Captain, on deck. By hook or sword, they'll fall.
What's that? Is this a minor one? Why can't we see if it's a minor one here? Miserly. Other side of the map. This one is also miserly, but it's on the way. Number 4. At least it's on the way back. Not sure where the extra 30% income is coming from. This gives plus 30% income all regions this province. This is 43%. This is 10%. The only way I can explain this is if the 10% adds it's 10% here and then 10% on that 30%. This income from all buildings is 33 and then another 10% here to 43%. So this is a double buff to income. It's the only thing that comes to mind. We've seen some things work like that, so this might be working like that as well.
Admiral. Fallen deckhands. Destroy them.
Yeah, we come for revenge. Had the Shanti first force might have been different the first time. So Diablo has the Lord of Vampires.
Enemies, Guile. Gunnery mob. Yeah.
Merge the units instead of waiting for replenishment. This is a carronade, it looks like a great cannon.
Eager to kill. Don't stop. Hooray!
This guy has 231 range, and he's a poison shot. Five times more missile strength than Queen Base Kappa. Mammoth skull. You sure you're not gonna attack Empire? Mortal Hunter causes disruption. Stinky, fast and slow. At least on Scottish armor we can start building battle skills with range. The other army was different.
Ours is the sea.
2500.
Don't mind us.
Nagrite under our control.
All bones on deck.
It's a big province, but swarms is good if they're invading us.
This isn't the gods' victory. It's mine.
Like flag for everybody first.
All bones on deck. Very good. Move, scum!
Scum!
Yes, at once.
Kraken's Tusk. Fucking hell, I'm blind. Where the fuck are we getting these items?
The seas are mine.
Must be getting items from the treasures when they're not part of the report.
Blood and plunder.
We're clearing the hordes, we get these items, but they're not part of the report. Jilov is in a jar, Black Pill, False Eye. Kraken Tusk. This gotta be from the horde. I'm switching the carpenter around, otherwise we'll just deplete our treasury.
Another victory.
Madam Silostra.
Guess Silostra can wait with the next stuff. Need more population anyways.
Is it time?
We got this follower which lowers the construction cost on the shipbuildings by half. Literally the only time we're building so you don't go run out of money all the time.
Ready.
Tight call on.
Ours is the sea.
Not likely. I will not.
Honestly, I don't see winning this with Alicia Garson.
All bones on deck.
Tight call is good on a character doesn't have it.
Your will.
Who's the range on deck, bro?
Sea brings death.
As Lord of Vampires.
All set.
This is Deeps as well.
All bones on deck.
There is Fleet Gunnery Master. Actually quite good. But we need some of this stuff as well. We can drop this one eventually. This campaign effects are way more important than battle buffs. That's just the thing.
Captain, on deck. Arm. We'll send a message.
But they don't raise the city.
Armed and ready.
Oh, it would be a huge waste of money. Mercury normal lords.
Admiral.
They don't exist.
Standing by. The seas are mine. Corsair of the night.
Fleet captain.
This one is fine to keep because it's knowledgeable. We need campaign characters. Maybe get another knowledgeable as well for the campaign stuff. 2 vampires on treasures with knowledgeable makes sense.
Captain,
A
on
good
deck.
understudy.
That's the hero we're gonna unlock the most slots for. Hey, Deadpool. Faction for number 3, Kislev. Like Kislev Nation, they won.
The sea brings death.
Ah, my friend.
More sleep glows bright.
I refuse.
Fall in, deckhands.
Sigma forbids this.
Get on!
By Sigma, no!
There's a hero in the army, but they're quite damaged right now.
Ship shape. All bones on deck.
So ult 1 is fine.
My compass agrees.
Burden of the Shadowlands.
Let us raid. Yes, master. At last we will feast. What is your demand? March, you dead curs!
Never.
You will find no... You offer anything more than just...
It will actually... this is actually quite a good nuisance for a couple of factions to, you know, get in a stalemate. It's like quite a massive army. Quite a massive army. Just checking for magic attacks. Sirens. We switched to our mid-game army, which could be also used throughout the campaign. Put a prediction here. Battle for the Galleon's Graveyard. Victory Settlement. Yeah, if anybody else should have had shipbuilding, should have been Lockheed Felhart. Probably Wulfric too. Let's not explode our own sirens and stick to the leadership radius. Since it's still vulnerable to unpredictable leadership changes. What are we gonna do with the bloated boys? Let's blow up some depth guard.
My soul is aflame.
They actually braced against it. Our composition wants to take a defensive position. So years on the undead, cause makes sense. Makes the undead cry. Fog of the Damned. Route them faster, make them cry. What's the attack of this Death Guard? 0. Our army is taking so much damage, guys. I have to click a little bit fast, somebody might die. When you have an army of unkillable ghosts. How does it work exactly? The sirens cannot be killed unless the enemy has magic. And if they have magic, then we use crabs and characters to clear the magic, and then the sirens kill the rest. The sirens in this army have 90% physical resistance, which is some of the highest toughness in the game in any unit. I think only 3 can have more. 115 because of Matlan's Blessing. Melee armies have strong buffs in the water from the events.
Vampire Captain.
You know those treasures in the water, if you pick the top option without a battle, you always get very strong buffs for the melee in the army. The last 10 turns, you can get regeneration, 25 phys resist, 8 attack, 8 defense, armor, flat damage, weapon strength. So if you get a couple of these buffs, your army in melee become crazy. In this case, they really don't take damage. You can get both regeneration and extra phys resist, but they already have max. It's better to get extra defense and attack. The ensorcel blades.
The tides rise. Over will sink.
Just capture mortar. Okay, this Galleon's Graveyard, it's a big price for us. 3k damage on Celostro. It's a good sec. Good sec. But the Vampire Coast has a different setup in this province.
There are spoils here.
Any other faction capturing this place will have it in tier 1. This is quite a nice income as well. This place has a landmark wreck of the Helden Hammer. The wreck of the Grand Theogenes flagship has large bulkheads and hundreds of cannons that could be salvaged for a much greater purpose. Crew rank +4 for units, all characters. Recruitment cost +20% for artillery units, all armies, and missile strength +10% for cannon, mortar, and quick base units, all armies. Also unlocks the Necroflex Colossus, which makes this building pointless. This is also a very strong local income. The big ports are always rich for the Vampire Coast. We definitely want to keep the artillery building. This is a building that gets built on ship, not here. This is a really bad local building. We get a couple of handguns to snipe the magic attackers. They go well with some of the units.
Untrained, shambolic crew.
The win, yeah, heroic victory. Honestly, this is probably the worst building in the faction for us. This is raised dead and everything else is poop. I don't personally care about this unit for this faction, not really. I even can't tell it if it does more friendly fire or actual damage to the enemy. It's honestly gotta be the worst building of the faction. The range building. This one gives you reliable recruitment to Depth Guard, which might not be only available unless you have shipbuilding. There's really not much option to build. 2 buildings we build here. We definitely want Pirate Gallows, helps with the sieging and harassment. And tier 5, we do want tier 5 in this place. And there's nothing else here. Nothing else. I don't want to pay 8,000 for this crop. This is 6,400. This building is kind of needs another thing on it. There should be another thing in this building. This is no longer good enough alone for any of the vampire factions. So range building got to go because it's crap. And this building got to go. And then we have 3 slots. 1, 2, and I guess we build the patrols. I mean, this one is already built. I guess you don't have to bother with anything. 3600, 800.
They're on the Admiral's
Madam
nest.
Silos, the dear
Slaughter's army has the whole army has magic attacks, which you don't only want range. Bad friendly fire. We enter our mid-game composition here. We'll get some deck droppers to snipe the magic attackers. Units can always find a use. This pretty much puts us to a stronger version of Notorious Admiral composition. Because of Celostar and the Paladin. The only thing different is, I think they have extra guys, so extra health. There's double dipping with some of the stats, but the stats doesn't really matter that much. Not sure if they fixed it. If this unit had a higher leadership, would have been definitely the one to pick. But they have the same leadership and the one is hit a higher tier. I don't know, occasionally these shots could actually do some damage. But honestly, it doesn't really matter which one you get. In a proper army, the difference is zero, really. It might be a time where these guys can shoot a flyer or a unit that's behind a unit they're fighting. So there's definitely a little bit more damage here. When it comes to melee, I think this is the same shit. And we don't want in this arm, definitely. Not in this arm for sure. We don't want any magic range with this composition. At least the deck droppers can be controlled. This is a surgical sniper unit. If any enemy has tricky magic attacks, we cripple it with deck droppers. Maybe send the vampire summons to finish them off. If they have multiple magic attackers, we just try harder to use the deck droppers to eliminate them before the fighting starts. And even if this unit takes some magic damage, it's no big deal, cause there's scraps here, which are all the tough, even to magic attacks. They're gonna get some magic resist as well. So this unit, it's a kind of nice option to snipe some magic attackers. Like Hell Cannon, for example, Girl Knights, stuff like that. More melee troops don't make no sense here, so some air units make a lot of sense.
Stromfels favors this one. Siren of the
Are they dead? Oh, there's the one right outside. I don't know, but said that some of these buildings don't do something extra. Just don't like it when I see a building here. It does just unlocks recruitment, especially in the factions that have raised dead and shipbuilding. Like, it's fine. I find it very pointless for these buildings to even exist. Sometimes convenience, you know, for people who don't can't think out of the box. I guess that's it. Makes the vampire costs and the vampire counts look quite bad on their buildings. This building should do something more. Maybe some faction-wide buffs or some local buffs. This is just really lazy stuff here. Don't even give you capacity for the heroes. It's gotta be some of the worst military infrastructure in the game. This building gives you at least abilities that you can use bombardment. This one has a little bit of petty corruption, which is useless in this place. They literally have 3 useless buildings, this faction. 3 useless buildings. I think only exist for the AI. So you can fight 5 types of units, not 4.
This should be easy.
I need an audience.
Fleet captain, reporting. On land. Captain, on deck. Untrained, shambolic crew.
65 turns. I looks like going east seems a little bit silly. But there's a victory coast here to finish the campaign. We'll go to the victory coast with 2 armies to finish the campaign, but not now.
Where's the lush? They're on the Admiral's list.
Oh, why not? Let's see what's going on in Lastria. Any further exploring right now? We're going to meet people anyways in 5 turns, the early game blend. We have a big port, which means Age of Discovery, and we're gonna meet a lot of factions. This campaign is can be finished quite fast. Send 2 armies to the Victory Coast and pump the growth in Eataine, nearly 300. And we build the Opera House and that's it. Growth building in every region. We can get 300 growth here. What's the other thing required? 3 Morgul Hunters. One, two, three. Click, click, click. Click, click, click. Click, 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 click. Click, click, click. Basically, we just need to wait for tier 5 in Lothern to end the campaign. There's a settlement here, so we don't have to click all 3. Click, click. Clear Hexoatl and click, click, campaign over. Long campaign victory would require all of Ultuan, Nagarad and Hexoatl as well, and then a few more victory settlements. Literally very little difference. You put 3 hunters in the same army to load them up. There's like very little difference here. What I really care about this campaign is just to get a victory screen. This is I think the last achievement to complete the Immortal Empires, is building this shit. Last time we stopped this campaign once I reached the critical mass. I think we reached the critical mass even sooner this time. I don't know why they even give this faction trade and all these resources are copy pasta. It's a gems. 10 sex, cheaper construction in the province, cheaper recruitment in the province. Gems, you know, no big deal, just precious gemstones. This is timber in I don't even have. Ah, it's here. My bad, my bad. I was saying like there is no timber. This is timber, 10, 10, 10. This is iron, 10, 10, 10. Exotic animals, they even exist for this faction. There it is, 10, 10, 10. I guess they didn't really want to strain them themselves when they were creating some of this stuff. This is too long of a name, Regan Gardner. You're missing one letter. I will allow it. It's Croatian National Theatre, Zagreb.
Once you die,
This one doesn't even have shipbuilding. I'm not even sure I can recruit the shipbuilding stuff.
you better have crawled out of your grave for a good reason. Dinner time.
Our main expense seems to be just construction Ultron. Repeatedly sex on this place and maybe keeping them alive could be a good thing, very good to get on his side, but he seems to be like kinda hopeless. Here again, 4 armies. Satosa could attack this place, or we can just go there and destroy him right now. I think going after Hexoatl, maybe Satosa puts us to 4. Satosa puts us to 4. We need to wait for tier 5 Loten. I'm not remembering why I stopped playing this campaign last time. It was just pretty much entering 30 to 40 times while getting attacked from 3 sides. But hopelessness, did I tell you about Clan Mold in my last Chaos campaign? Remind me. Constantly losing battles while getting attacked will get negative defender trait. The more we're playing requested games, some action game. Once finish this campaign, I will see how much time is left. That'll be one more campaign. Old corpse in the forest, monk ass. Oh. You're stuck in a tree.
Orders, fleet master!
Wasn't enough even to kill one unit here. Let's diminish them a little bit further. Yellow with them to make them my placeholder, but around turn 3 they stopped recruiting armies and died. Just like that with 0 armies to Empire about 10 turns later. Let's see. Remember that old behavior from Warhammer 1 and early Warhammer 2 where they would sometimes go AFK with nothing for 20 turns at the AI and then after that recruit like 10 armies. They're broken to make the Chaos campaign challenging. Major naval battle has ended, leaving hundreds dead on each side. That is not better to continue service. As well as you know, those who fail in battle would make fine new recruits. If we make haste and head off at full sail, the parish could be reanimated before they are lost to the ocean. We must decide if this boon is worth the toll it would take on our crew. Should we make haste or ignore the bell? 50% more companion movement range, 10% line of sight for 10 turns. God damn. The ocean is filled with the rotting corpses of the dead, but why rush to a watery grave? Instead, how about we take advantage of the halal in naval action against us? We'll also take, we could also take the Awakening. So our big monsters got additional resistance, and currently this one is at 60 resistance.
Bestride the way.
An audience! Madam shall face a thing for death!
Okay, Dreadful is gone. And Hexatl and some other stuff. Let's go stomp the lizardmen and those colonies.
Seen this one in my mirror.
The rest of the spells only fit this army. 9 attack, 20% damage, 7 to attack already.
Fierce? Moi?
Fleet captain reporting. By hook or sword, they'll fall. Time to move.
Not sure what we're looking for here. Maybe this temple here.
Ready.
Let's go to rank 12. Got the Black Plague.
All bones on deck. I'll relay the order.
No.
Orders.
Gladly. Master of magic.
Fall in, deckhands.
Never.
All bones on deck. All bones on deck. I'm here.
We're gonna be using full speed here, we won't be able to build. I do want to drop increase movement and drop the upkeep. We'll just move regular next turn. Power of undead flow through my fingers and line their fallen hearts to my will. 20% words to assigned unit. Money, money, money. We're at 3 active armor right now.
Absolutely not.
Looks like they might be going for Tordernil. Doesn't need to replenish a bit. The garrison is very poor.
I refuse.
This guy's fleet. Gonna be quite slow here because of the bat swarms. And Malekith might be coming again. I'll keep one army and ult one. We can make peace with Blazed Red. Broken Axe attacked Borlu and Carcassonne. Maybe they actually do something there. I'm gonna go destroy Hexatl now. At this point we're just waiting for the Opera House. We had more movement for 15 turns. Next upgrade on Sword of Cain is the next penalty. 20 less diplomacy with all factions. We're already hated by most factions. It only matters for Grom. 5 public order all provinces. That's might be tough to deal with in some regions. There's more damage, more attack, and more ward save here. I'm gonna go destroy the colonies and Lizardmen. Looks like it's gonna be a sneak attack on the Lizardmen. The movement is very close to March movement. Missing a follower and an upgrade. This building is 10k otherwise, so. The lowers upkeep. Population not really ready here.
Standing by. Very good.
Ill considered.
We might get 2 battles here.
The sea brings death.
It's interesting how we went in the water and we lost barely any movement. Our movement was so high that we lost our movement above 100%, just lost 7% movement from the base movement we have.
Let us raid.
This place is being targeted by Malekith. Also, we'll be stuck in a very bad public order due to Sword of Cain. I think this Lost Trident does give some public order. Yeah, we need to get the tier 5 building for that. 12 population. It's gonna take some time.
Corsair of the night.
Let's see where we put that one.
Fall in, deckhands. Harness the sea. Ship. Time for battle.
High damage in here. We could have gotten 2 bells as well.
Blood and plunder.
Lost Black Flag here. I don't think they have much at home.
How to proceed?
2 armies, we can capture settlements faster.
Not likely.
Your will. The sea brings death. What is your demand?
Well, that clipped. I had control over that. This is probably the highest moon range you can have in the game now.
Yes, master.
That's what that faction has, kind of unique.
Fair
There are unique events and shipbuilding and accessibility to the sea. Best moon in the game. I guess after Taurox. I guess the regular one at least.
All bones on deck. Admiral.
Got some money here.
Foul the sails!
Let's put the have ballast here.
Corsair of the night.
Nice one.
The sea brings death.
Max missed the resistance here first. Then we'll get some more scavenge. Nearly 300 growth here at positive growth, positive public order.
Captain on deck. Wave treading.
Having explored seas, we'll see where the treasures are. Economy is very good, but public order is hitting. It's going very bad because of Sword of Cain. We don't even need Sword of Cain, which is the best thing. We're just making things worse by having it. Like Grom could totally attack us if we decide to keep Sword of Cain again. Just gonna cause random wars, which makes it kind of pointless.
Watch Grom triumph.
I think I'm gonna dump the Sword of Cain next time it asks me. Just gonna cause extra wars because all the threshold provides negative diplomacy. Don't think we can handle the last upgrade anyways. That doesn't fit his faction at all. It's very good on the first on thirsting. It's very good on the thirsting. Driving it's bad, and the next one is really bad.
Buccaneer of the dead.
What the fuck are we supposed to look for here? I guess it's just Temple of Kara.
Get going, scum. Drown them.
Not.
What is your demand?
We filled this with these puzzles from the other side of the world. It's more common to get the other ones. That's why we got 2 in a row here and 2 the same on the other place. Is bad? No, it's excellent. Well, you can only use one. The following is for replenishment only.
Strong fells and
I don't think Malekith will stop attacking the Stop attacking Ultron. You can have only one Queen Bash, it's unique. Once you unlock it, the ritual is just for replenishment.
My powers wane.
Look at this, it's the same shit.
Of course.
Once you get maximum range, the full speed doesn't do anything anymore.
Is it time?
You should have done enough movement to just immediately land here, right?
Ship shape.
Yeah.
Follow the sun spites.
We're gonna be destroying the Emperor colonies and then Hexatl here. We can take Hexatl, we can take Awakening, and then we can just take Sartosa. Then just enter, and win the campaign with this building here. Lucky it's calmed down a bit. I guess he lost all those initial armies. But he's still gonna be very aggressive. This is too much random military to go peace unless he just does everything.
Faster than anyone!
Yeah, the Sword of Cain is just fucking up this diplomacy.
Make it good, Git, or you're going in the pot. Grow knows to score!
Next time it's upgraded, we'll just get rid of it. Just gonna take time. We're 300 growth here. This one has barely any growth. You're losing public order even with the shadow spoils. Looks like that Sword of Cain is gonna cause a couple of rebellions as well. Second guy is gonna be coming soon as well. Need more stuff. Monies. Oh, there's monies here.
Avast and draw your blades.
Proper auto resolve, got him.
Don't mind us.
And a boy seaman.
Ours is the sea.
Got two of them. I'm not sure if it works on the shipbuilding, I don't remember.
Corsair of the night.
This guy's gonna get overwhelmed here.
Shamble. Move, scum. Yes, at once.
Don't need to get bullet corpses with this much firepower. They also just sometimes die in auto-resolve.
Fall in, deckhands.
Almost another black flag.
Sing the
Any
sounds
population here? How many armies have? 3. That's why I got 13,000 income.
Oh, well.
So more important things to build here. Lower upkeeps, get more money, get more armies. This guy is making things smoother here. By this guy continues moving.
Is it time?
So this faction has 3 settlements left. We can sneak attack Hexotl. Does look like they expand a bit. They might have a little bit of edge because they're on our list to destroy.
Fleet captain, reporting. On land.
Maybe it's this thing here.
who the real star is.
Standing by.
Construction costs 7% for all buildings local region.
Another victory.
I removed them and I thought this guy was not on. We'll see for Dirk, bro.
Yes, master.
I remember if it works on the ship.
The sea brings death.
The tight call in this one is a lot of empires.
Let us
I guess you can do tight call twice here. Let's give him slow as well. This army is doing the attacking though, we need money. I'll use the Black Pearl False Eye.
blood and plunder.
I'll keep the Kraken Tusk not equipped.
Ready.
Take his weapon, this is... Legion Pennant on the Knight. Ranger Standard, could go on Isabel. We can also put on her, she has a Forbidden Rod. Does damage if we don't have enough magic resistance. With the extra magic resistance we can just use it all the time. There's nothing here on magic for magic resist.
Sail away.
We don't have a big window before Malekith comes again. We have to get rid of Sword of Cain. I don't think we can keep Grom happy if with this current state. We just have to give him money instead. We lose 20 diplomacy to all factions because of that.
Stirs the currents.
This penalty is really extreme for this faction on the second and third version.
Grom
can hardly see you past Grom's belly.
No random wars have started, so that's one good thing.
Lord of the seas at night.
So this does not work on the ship, the boy seaman. It works on the regular buildings, but it also stacks with this.
A welcome tide, orders. Wipe them out.
Looks like they're banned in this area.
Get them. Let us raid.
So there's military here. Look at this movement. God damn.
More sleep glows bright. Don't stop.
It's 23%. We have the highest movement possible in the game right now and beyond. For another 7 turns.
Kill and kill again.
Any gunners here? There's another carronade. I want some of those long-range guns.
Distal.
Still in range, huh?
Reap and sow. Get on with it. My compass agrees. Prey comes. Fight. Make yourselves at home.
Oh, so toss them up, right? More movement. Partaking compound.
Mirror, mirror.
We get cheaper construction on these events.
My greatest performance.
Experience and money.
Siren of the storms.
All bones on deck.
Black flag is complete. Get the smuggler.
Silostra.
Let's toss them up right. Hard chance to steal an item and campaign wound range. The stacks also with freebooter.
I can't. Fall in, deckhands.
Favors this one.
Unachievable. Corsair.
I guess I'll just use handguns until we get the long guns. We have to get rid of Sir Kane before they forget about new colonists.
Standing by.
One guy's on the horse. How large is this battlefield? This guy is terror. Terror here and leadership here. We are going to ignore Nagarat. And we're gonna just keep clearing the objectives. If Malekith comes, we'll just destroy his armies. There's gonna be eventually 2 armies around Ultron at all times. I don't really want to fight in Nagarat, but we're gonna have to destroy Xatl at least, which is slowing down Malekith. This is a very nice site for the artillery. Maybe we should consider getting some summons here. We do have some disruption. Long range could help with sniping the character. Killing this army. We should probably switch those potions of toughness around. It's a lot of extra powder here.
At your service!
This increases the accuracy on the big gun. There's a horse. Reload times, accuracy. I'm gonna go now with reload time. This gives us a really good reload times. Kinda moving fast here. I like the right side. Yep, getting closer. This one is not even getting targeted. We need a AoE slow here, preferably 3 units. Those great swords are getting close. This guy, what? 65 missile resistance, my fucking ass, 65 missile resistance. What the fuck is that, man? Barely survived. What the fuck is that? Moving one rank 9 guns. This guy is crumbling. got army losses. Such high leadership, man. They take so much punishment and they just still keep going. This guy has 5% ward save, 10 physical resistance, and 65 missile resistance. They melted it like he was some kind of peasant there. Guess guns don't care about missile resistance. Lost one of the rank 9 handguns. I don't think this would have happened if all of them were 100%. The handguns. We'll put potion of toughness on the hunter. Take all the missile resistance, but still not enough. Projectiles must just glue to him when they fire at him. Like not missing at all, I think. It's he's so wide.
Another victory.
They did have 4 characters.
This is pirate land now.
Tremendous are back, another upright. Got a pile here.
Full bones on deck, Admiral. Full bones on deck.
It seems the gunners is tier 4.
Let us
We don't have it available, so I guess stick to handguns. It's like looks like board will rebel here.
Full bones on deck.
I feel nothing. Madams, I lost a dear fan.
Like determined.
What is your demand?
Nothing more.
This guy doesn't need the black flag yet. Does look like rebels here. Hard to say which one first.
The sea brings death.
Good understudy.
Standing by.
Upkeep productions, let's go.
I need an audience.
Fall in, deckhands.
Rompels favors this one.
Yes, master.
Resistant.
Guys down to 1 settlement and no military. Exotl looks like it's very little military. Maybe they're recruiting Fallen Gates. They've been fighting in this direction here.
Speak.
Also, what would they might make peace with Nagaret because of Malekith. Exotl is on our objective list to destroy. We have no military in Ulton right now.
This isn't pirate realm.
1,000 now.
There's potential.
Captain, on deck. Sail away.
I think it's quite vulnerable up there. Not really worth the risk. I did see some Dark Elf movement, but they switched around. We really need to send somebody to Ulton. If they attack, it could flip a lot of settlements. All these places don't even have walls. We should have actually just dropped the Sword of Cain. Just making things worse here. Just overkill on Celostra anyways. How this place is upgrading this building above tier 1 is doesn't really matter. It matters. Get some nice stuff on tier 3, especially as the campaign advances. Enemy hero action stage chance by 7%, Illusion minus 5 laying siege, and of course for the growth. This place gives you improved tower projectile Scorpius ball, huh? God damn. These boys, we get towers here in the Maelstrom. Tier 2, this place will cannot survive. Cannot survive. Public order. When is public order? 2 turns. Okay, that'll do. That'll do. There's a public order adjacency here that works against Sword of Cain, but it's only on tier 4. We're definitely dumping Sword of Cain. The third one is kind of pointless on this faction. So many penalties. This also goes against our upkeep reductions as well.
The lady blessed me with... I am Madame de...
I'm gonna send Celostra to Ultron. She can handle anything close. Let's make things easy. We can always see where the enemy is. We have a crazy moon right now. Trying to get some money and materials at sea.
Witness my greatness!
Okay, turn 70 and real game. Let's see who we meet. We got a strong buff here. That's very strong for the Sirens. Crabs. Maybe I have a time to stop by Hexatl before. I'm sensing a movement definitely here. They switch around, but at least an army is coming. So let's see. Corona is rank 4.
I am the blood of Gilles.
Doesn't have any special enemies.
Born to
1000 Moss is doing okay. Marienburg still up. Agrif, rank 8. And on the other side of the world, we are at the war with them.
Big as an oak!
I got this 2 settlements, XL 7, constantly losing military though. Landsky is doing good. All these factions, half of them can declare war with these relations.
The nation calls.
Empire is rank 3 with 19 settlements. And they're allied with Coron. They're allied. They're trading with Karazakarak, and there's a bunch of green here. What a shocker! Okay, I haven't met them much. Man, it was dumb to keep Sword of Cain for sure. Couple extra warforged and grinders might be happening. This guy is the Black Flag. We got Smuggler. Let's Let's go bell skills here.
The real star is.
Such crazy moment here, holy shit.
All set.
This place is rebelling. What the rebels gonna be? We're taking Skeggy first. Maybe the notification will point.
Fleet captain, reporting.
Spy North.
Your will.
Adequate.
Okay, another black flag. Keep productions.
I am.
These guys are fighting Hexotl. It's excellent. This is a really bad province for Grand Pepe, like really bad. I'm still hoping we get the materials at sea. Oh, it's a big deal.
Orders.
It's the AP armor and weapons tank buff.
Hide. Ready. Lord of the seas and night.
So looks like this faction is done.
Avast and draw your blades. Make yourselves at home.
No invite for them.
Is it time?
This is part of the northern jungles of Halaxa, connects to this province here. I guess we backdoor Hexotl while he's struggling there.
Ship shape. All bones on deck.
Where are those potions of toughness? I don't think we need him in this army.
Siren of the storms.
This guy clearly needs it, especially while immortal. Missile resistance is still taking such damage, man. Like 65%. She will use missile resistance once we get rid of Sorokane.
A good understudy.
Fallen deck.
Money is very, very good. Grom raiding us while invading Bretonnia at the same time. What mod did I use for income? I want not to suck at the game, version 3.
Corsair of the night.
Bromfels favors this one.
Don't get version 2, it's outdated. There's a little less income.
Orders. Standing by.
Has potential. Seen this one in my mirror.
Movement, we're gonna get epic production. Here's, next one is 6 pop. So there's only one.
The sea brings death.
Next. A good understudy. Capable. Nothing more.
Armor to save treasury. Well, we have a ult one, so we're making some money. Get 36 regions, and battles and treasures also pay off. Making about 2,000 from Pirate Coast.
Your will.
There's a bell here.
Land ahoy!
Anything you can switch the stance when that happens.
Ship shape.
I had to land first.
And ready. Voyaging.
Is your demand. Deckhands.
Imminent rebellion, says Skegian.
Let us evade. I'll relay the order.
I feel nothing.
Nothing. Yeah, not very expensive. We do have Black Flag here. 2331, and then the boat gives another more. 41 right now.
Dear fin.
We'll get public order next turn. But I'll need to go to Ultan one of the armies. It's really risky not to have anything in the north. We also have to clear Hexoatl and get 2 more victory settlements. Well, there it is, an army, but they're not attacking Shrine of Cain, they're going around. We need an army between Northern Tiernok and Krace. And then one between Kutik and Eatane. It's now for Ultun. Looks like this one of those campaigns where Khorne is gonna be strong. Nagared and Herald's Oil make peace. This means they might attack. So much for the rebels in Skegia.
Bring war and infamy. Corsair of the night.
It's close to the capital, not the first one captured. I'll put him in just random anyways. Public order is so fucked right now.
No, Gracie, never wrong.
He's not forgetting yet, that's good.
Madame Saylos, dear fin. Lamprey, dock.
We can't spare on Hexoatl.
Admiral.
I just said I'm just send both armies, I guess. This feels costly as well. There's an army in one of these 2 cities. If we get them out, who cares, right? They let the settlements flip a couple of times, at least we have them out in the open.
What is your demand? Ready.
Without the peaks, we can't really handle rebels here.
Yes, at once. All bones on deck.
We can also afford some proper troops on Shit Wizard.
Is it time?
To the real sky.
All bones on deck.
It's our most developed second horde.
Yes, master.
Seen this one in my mirror.
All set.
Next.
At last, we will feast.
We will feast.
Move.
Not a star like moi.
The dead will fight. No mind us.
10k income with additional army and some troops here. Can work with that.
Capable, nothing more.
We're preparing war with Hexoatl to clear this northern Austria here. Ultan is sword red now. We allied with Grom. And we are wiping out Hexoatl, taking Hexoatl, and then we need 2 more victory settlements. Maybe Satosa and Merigliano. Other than that, we just have to wait tier 5 at Lothern. Protect Ulton. And try to avoid more wars. Still gonna be a lot of times before factions clear their local stuff, so there's plenty of time.
Corsair of the night.
Where's the lush? Astride the waves.
Not even that much stuff here.
Wave treading.
First mate. Come on, give me a discipline or a confident vampire.
Captain, on deck.
We need a public order. Places are rebelling because of Sword of Cain. Time will upgrade it again and then we get rid of it. They're getting an even worse penalty. Do these guys even have real enemies?
You will act like it, or I will strike you down where you stand. Think again.
I'm looking for another war. Let's switch troops to this one. This one is behind on levels. We got 3 going right now. God is getting there. This is gonna also increase their power penalty as well. Still remembering the
Watch Grom triumph.
New colonists. We need to drop the Sword of Cain, really. This one is fine. Tier 3, the Settlements got a public order building. I was Grom alive, we kept them alive. This one will rebel if we don't get a public order building. Might rebel by removing this building though. Get that right is 5 turns. We fortified this place here, but it was losing to the Altarian. And then we moved here so Altarian doesn't invade here, clear everything, and we kinda saved him. And after that we let him take the Ivaris. We allied with him. Hasn't been much useful so far, at least. I don't want small armies attacking this place.
All bones on deck.
This place is rebelling again. It's gotta be Skeggy this time.
What is your demand? brings death.
Yeah, we'll see what we're dealing with the Exodal here. Yeah, we'll might not be able to get their capital immediately. Maybe we risk with Celostra and Maliki doesn't go Ultron. It looks like he's gonna land on Ultron though.
No way.
There's nothing on Ultron, so I gotta land on Ultron. We need like 2 turns to clear this and back. So Celostra is best to go on Ultron. Guarantee that nobody does anything that matters. We're gonna take another 10 plus turns. Oh, Nagra the World Malekith. Probably another 10 plus turns before the Sword of Cain gets third option. Third option is it's like super handy for this faction. I guess if you have tier 3 garrisons everywhere, I guess might be fine. But they're just gonna be fighting rebellions all the time. If provinces are developed, I guess it might be fine. But then you need tier 4 capital and everything tier 3. I'm not sure about this. Our leadership's so low. This is a war zone for the rebels. We'll take Exoatl, I guess you could level a lord here. Put a prediction here. We don't have the leadership for this, but let's see. Our units literally will just go poof when they make contact. We need to shoot the chariot and the horses, and then hope we can damage the great weapons. There's a lord here as well. We got nothing. We just don't have the stats. These guys are also damaged. These guys not only have a reliable volley. So they might not even fire once before they get close. Those horse we can also counter the flyers. Yeah, they're just better at range than us. Have the currently the buff, the range buff. Can't let this get close without shooting at least once. I'm gonna stop the charge with a better two. No, they're too fast. Got some stats right now for a bit. Doesn't last long. It's a good explosion ink. our unit went as well. Looking good now. Got some of the good angles to shoot here. The extra range actually helps out. I forgot we got extra range. I put a prediction way too long. They gotta sleep. We don't have any technology for shooting, but the event is a big deal. Seems it's so slow. The event for the guns is pretty good. This one is dead. Durban 23. Dead. This one still has a lot. The Shanty and the buff made all the difference. Buff for 20% more range. You get pretty much one extra shot there. This area will be highly rebellious until get corruption and clear Hexatl. But we're preparing that. Mission successful. Who destroyed this? We get 7,500 treasure to run infamy. I'll take it. Was me. Was me, but good job whoever did that. Why do you get attacked by all the pirates and then we get all the loot?
All bones on deck. Fight them.
Yeah, we'll save the game here.
Bring war and infamy.
Okay. Thank you guys for watching and I'll see you next time. We'll continue.